one to comprehend. What does mankind do when you become good at it? You hand it over to the experts. You leave it to somebody to do it the way you want to do it, and multiple forces come together and they translate what could be an idea into a reality. But when there is a reset, everyone needs to understand what that reset is. And that's the difference, and I want to tell you about that difference. This journey is not a new journey. It started 30 years back. And this journey started 30 years back because 1% of the world believed that what 99% of the world does, and they do a very good job, that 99% of the world, what it does as a very good job, there has to be something that they're not good at. And 30 years back, that realization basically stated that there were some things like image processing, there was something called gaming, there was something called computational fluid dynamics, there was something which meant weather forecasting that very good general purpose compute couldn't solve. And 30 years from now, it has reset the industry, and that's what we're going to talk about, so pay attention. The reason I ask you to pay attention to it, because I want that gentleman who's sitting in the end with spectacles to be able to understand that difference, Biren. That's why we're here today together.
Super. So I think it's really important for all of you to understand from Vishal, how is NVIDIA changing the game? If everything is changing so quickly, there are some things happened last year, some things happening this year. Obviously, many things will happen in the future, because I think what we are seeing is that we are moving from a knowledge space to an intuitive space. And then how does that happen? How is it that you put some little thing inside some hardware, and how does that separate all this stuff? I mean, how do these students learn to not just look at how the GPS coming in iPhone 4 was able to create peer-to-peer ride sharing, Uber came, something else came. So now the next wave is this NVIDIA input that is coming into technology. How is that going to change things? What has already happened? I know there are things happening in education and there are things happening in enterprise. So would you like to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, and I think this is a profound change that is really taking place. I want you to go back to the previous industrial revolution, and it's not too far off. In fact, we are just handing over that part of the revolution to the next industry. It's called information revolution. How did information revolution really happen? It happened because 60 years back, for the very first time, a computer was made. It was called IBM S360. It used CPU, which you are very, very familiar with. It had virtual memory, it had I/O, but most importantly, for the very first time, it abstracted the software layer from the hardware layer. And the reason why it was abstracted, so that the next compatibility of the software could continue with the change of architecture. The same mainframe architecture then moved to mini computers moved to personal computers, and that little phone that you have in your pocket is exactly the same architecture. And what drove that architecture was a simple concept that in our parlance we call as Moore's Law. Moore's Law, in very simplicity, meant that you scaled the computing performance by twice every 2 years at the same energy level. That basically meant that if you spent $1 to get the software working, in 2 years' time for 50 paisa, you could run the same software, and if you could afford more, you could even bring more application. That's how our industry grew. That every 2 years, you would halve the price of the software and yet add 40% more software applications. All the wonderful things that Autodesk does, all the wonderful things that Technicolor does, all the wonderful things that happen in 3D world happened because Moore's Law allowed you to bring in more and more applications. What has changed now? What has changed is the scale of learning. The scale of learning, what it permits you to do is now perform twice as good every 6 months. What happens because of learning? You understand the representation. When you understand the representation, you are unable to understand the structures that drive that, and therefore you can do a lot more in a very large scale. And now you have reached a stage that you're not talking about information revolution, but intelligence revolution. Let me take an analogy very quickly. Many of you were not even there, nor was I there. Somebody brought water, atoms, into a machine, put fire under it, steam came out, we captured the steam, the energy inside that, electrons, and suddenly you had electricity. Because of electricity, Biren could tell you, dim the light, increase the light, and gave a very, very powerful part. If you had asked the inventors of electricity at that time, would someday Biren be able to command what needs to be done when he is talking about slide 4, slide 8, slide 10, and automatically the light dimming, you wouldn't have figured that out. Today, you can take your and my domain experience, which people call data. Every day, every minute that we interchange our message, that gets converted into data, which is the electrons. We capture the electrons. And we translate that into a token. Again, remember this word token. Token has got your intelligence. Now, intelligence sits on top of that software. That's why it's called the intelligence revolution. And that is what you are undergoing, and that's why Biren kept saying, learn the tool. Learn that we are going to be capturing that intelligence. And intelligence happens every second in real time. You can talk to it whenever you want, on whatever you want, on whichever device you want, in real time, and it's no more. It's no more about special people who knew how the computer would talk, but it's about computer knowing your language. You can speak it in Kannada. If you have a bad Kannada like mine, you can mix it with English. If your English is bad, you can put some essence of Hindi and computer will talk. That is the revolution that's upon us. That is what is changing.
The microphones are still not as intelligent as we'd like them to be, but that will change as well. I would like for all of you to go to 4 days back, Vishal did, I was in Italy, but I read an Economic Times article where you said that India can be the intelligence capital of the world. Now, you talked about that a little bit in your last answer. But while there's fantastic innovation that will happen through this whole process, can you also tell everyone what people are going to see, obviously, as the benefits of this intuitive story? But there are also lots of conversations about the dangers, right? That security, for example, in Hollywood, when we create content, for many other applications, we are free to use AI tools. But when it comes to Gen AI, as of today, there is still not 100% acceptance. You remember when cloud computing first came out, people were not willing to use the cloud for $100 million, $200 million project, which has to take 2 years. So today, that fear is still there when it comes to Gen AI. How are companies and the ecosystem you work with addressing the dangers of this whole story?
So that's a very profound question. And the question really comes is that with every good, with everything nice, there's always a challenge. What is available to one side of the community is also available to the other side of the community. And as we continue to apply that, use that, people obviously talk about the bad things around it. It's an old saying, the devil is always ahead of good people, but good people eventually succeed. I want you to understand two phenomena. These two phenomena have happened very quickly in midst of many, many changes that have taken place in precisely 12 years. In year 2012 was called the Big Bang of artificial intelligence. Why was it called the Big Bang of artificial intelligence? Because for the very first time, you could now augment the work of our software engineers. How did you do it? You brought the data, which has been in existence, I think pretty much from the time I'm aware of, each year we state that the data is doubling twice of the previous year. Why do we say that? Because we are digitizing everything that we have done for centuries together. Then we talk about taking that data and putting it on an algorithm, often referred to as neural networks. For simplicity, it is a semantic of your human brain. But neural network was not discovered in 2012. It's been in existence since 1990. So if you had the data, if you had the neural network, then how come from 1990 all the way to 2010, 12, name it, whichever you could not really get artificial intelligence working? And the answer was that the whole computing was done on sequential, which by definition means instruction-based. For the first time, a gaming card was used to teach computer for 2 weeks and said, can you participate against the best professionals who know what computer vision is all about? And it defeated every single expert of computer vision person by 12 percentage points in a single year. That gave the humanity a realization that we can now augment the work of all our software engineers. Many breakthroughs happened, but two stand out. The first one came in 2017 with a transformer architecture. What the transformer architecture did? Transformer architecture afforded learning for us from anything that had a structure. A lot of people think that structure is about a language, but anything, it could be protein, it could be amino acid, it could be a steering wheel in your car. Anything that has a structure, you can learn the representation of that. Then 2 years back, you could take that learning from whichever modality you wanted. Text to audio, audio to video, video to an image, and you could even take it to chemicals. You could take it to anything. In effect, what you could now do is take any information in any modality and change it in any language. I repeat, in any language, not computer language, by anyone. That has transformed everything. Now, this is available to all the good people in the room. This is also available to a lot of people who believe in shortcuts. Now, the community as good needs to outdo the small elements which disrupt it. There are two things which are facing you. First is a disruption. Disruption from good people who will learn how to apply AI. So it's not about somebody losing a job or a job role changing. It is a question of who's applying it and who's going to come and take your job. So that was an applause, by the way. So you all can applaud that the people who use AI will continue to replace many people's job who do not do. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that we also need to be ethically regulated, just like how we have done in humanity. Why do we protect ourselves through regulations, ethics, frameworks, so that the bad people do not enter into an empire? We know how to do it. We need to allow that to happen. It will happen. That's our responsibility. So when good things happen, let's be responsible, and for sure, we'll thwart that. So 2 messages. Number 1, quickly learn the tools, adopt them, make them part of your arsenal. Number 2, be responsible, come together as a community and create a responsibility.
I have a last Hello. I have a last question for you. Check. I have a last question for you. I saw a photograph of your chairman, Jensen, shaking hands with the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. And I understand he will be back again very shortly. So, what I think is developing is India's desire to be ahead of this intelligence game, make sure that we can get people to rise from and create a socio-economic upward curve. Can you, for the benefit of this group, simplify what are those steps that will have been taken since that last meeting? What can we expect to see from you for India, for the education of young people, for the development of young people, is this going to be a development hub for NVIDIA? Is it going to be a consumer hub for India? Obviously, many people will use your applications and in their stack, in their technology stack. So can you simplify? We keep seeing presentations on the AI factory. I saw it from Michael Dell. I've seen it from, from HP. I've seen it from Broadcom. I've seen it from many people. And there are a bunch of brands around that, right? Which are creating that enablement of the AI factory. What is this factory? How can India be a champion in that story? And how can we work with you? And how can you work with us through the creative technology business to make our industry the front runner of this intelligence capital?
Okay, there are lots of questions and you stop me whenever you get bored of my monologue. Okay, number one, what Jensen basically stated in the United States 10 days back, that our Prime Minister is a great student. And he stated that he's a great student not based on that one meeting, but several meetings that he has had with him in India and in the US, because the Prime Minister is thinking that this virtue called intelligence, how do we embrace it and we benefit as a nation, and how do we apply it in such a way that we move from back office of the world to the front office of the world. And let me share some aspects to it, why this is being spoken. Number one reason why we are speaking is that we got diversity in our culture. We speak thousands and thousands of dialects in multiple languages. Each has its own common sense, each has its own sensibility. That's the fabric of a society. That fabric, when digitized, when encoded, needs to be in existence. Okay, we'll try. So that has to be stored. This country represents literally 1.5 humans of every 7.5 humans that exist in this world. So that diversity belongs to us, number one. Second, the skill set. The skill set of people who work under the hood, who understand this machine called computer extremely well, exists in India. They're young, they're very agile, and they adopt to technology extremely well. When they continue to adopt this tool and apply it, it helps the entire fraternity. In all 1.4 billion people are able to benefit because of that. So you got the epicenter of skill here in India, who are willing to change. They need to get the change, and that's how it works. Number three. The number three is the fact that what will get developed in this nation gets applied at population scale. And anything that's developed at population scale is very different than showing you a POC, doing it at a small scale, It has many nuances, it's got many use cases which are not only applicable to India, but to entire emerging world. They typically talk about global north versus global south. The entire global south can benefit out of it. If these three paradigms happen from India, then we basically literally have an advantage that we will not need to go to Paris, or we'll still go to Paris for fashion, but we'll come to India for intelligence. That's why that availability of intelligence is there. Now, what does it take? And that's the second part of the question. What does it take? And akin to any infrastructure, be it physical or digital, you require infrastructure. And that fabric of infrastructure is called accelerated compute. It's no more about a single processor driving compute. It's about 3 or 4 processors, 3 for sure. The CPU continues, the graphical processor unit takes over to do everything in parallel, but there's also another processor which deals with the traffic of the data called the data processing unit. The unification of that needs to be created into an infrastructure. And what Jensen promised, Prime Minister, in September of 2023, that we'll work with Indian business houses to bring that infrastructure to the country. As a result of which, there were many announcements that were made, and those announcements were translated into actuality. We, through companies like Yota, which are Hinrandani Group, Reliance, Tata's, E2E, and several more people have brought GPU computing, DPU computing, CPU computing as a brand new infrastructure to the country. In the last count, in a space of less than 12 months, we have brought in 8 exaflop of computing to the country. 8. Now, this nation never even had 1 exaflop, but in 12 months, you have 8 exaflops of computing, and is expected to be 20 exaflop by the time we end this year, which is just 2 months away, 3 months away, depending upon how you look at it. So in 3 months' time, you're talking about 20 exaflop of infrastructure available, and it's going to be available to you in small packets. We all understand in India, pay-per-use is our methodology. If we can pick it up by hour, you can then use it for what you need, when you need, in how much money you require. More importantly, the money that is available with Indians is paradigm different than the world at large. We do understand purchase parity in India is very different. But when you can get the same technology, the same service at a price which is much lower than when you get it internationally, it becomes more. Now, this is not to say that the world that was built outside can't afford to do it here. But when you get money internationally much more, when you have shortage of technology, any good businessman will tell you, let's make more. But the people who have brought that technology here, they want to do for India, and that's why they are affording you at that price points. Now, what is this AI factory? It's dramatically different than what data centers used to be. What is a data center? A data center is a place where you put your computer, you put your storage, you put your networks, you align them, and every time you want to fetch information from there, you go back there and pull it. By definition, any warehouse is a cost. It's very expensive cost. It takes money, it takes energy, it takes effort to doing it. All 3 elements are expensive. But when you translate that into a factory, you start producing intelligence on the go. You start using it on the spot. Because of generative AI, it gives you a brand new content. It gives you a brand new content without going back to the data warehouse. You are able to get that in the language that you speak for what you require. You can be the programmer. You can talk what needs to be done. You can even go for the movie, The Lion King New Avatar, which is coming on 20th of December, and say which movie halls. For sure, Mr. Prasad's movie hall should have it. Book it today. Make sure that he gives you caramel popcorns fresh, mixed with a little bit of salt inside that, with nice brand Coke. Seats are upgraded. Come enjoy the movie. Bring a lot of applause to Brain, bring a lot of applause to Mr. Prasad, and more importantly, bring a lot of applause to each one of you. So do that pretty well.
I think you can go back and talk to your parents today and tell them that what you've heard in the last 40 minutes is something they haven't heard in 40 years. How many of you were students who had high marks? Very good, Nambarya. And how many of you are just very clever? You're in the right place. You're in the right place. I can tell you, I will not name names, but there are many friends of mine in this industry here who did not necessarily get high marks, but we have hit a high levels of achievement using teams, using people like ourselves, people who are more intelligent, people who did things. Now, all of those who raise their hand for being intelligent, please meet with them and partner with them, but please remain as you are, a very, very strong street fighter, because you are going to be able to get intelligence at the push of a button to help you where marks could have not helped many people till now. I want you to just, say a very big thank you to this visionary leader who is bringing, global technologies on an India first priority for him and his team in India. He is looking at the seismic changes, the tremendous changes taking place, and we hope that we will continue, Vishal, to work with you and your team in India through the efforts that are being done by the many state associations, by people who are working, in companies, by educators. We have some fantastic education heads in this room, from all over. So thank you so much for this interaction, and wishing NVIDIA every success in the years to come. And thank you for your partnership.
Thank you very much. So go ahead and embed intelligence around you. Here is a good story for you. I'd never scored well, but I surrounded myself with really smart people. And I'm even getting more smarter because those little digital species, I'm embedding my value into them and even getting better at that. You can do that. You'll still remain unique. You'll be more talented. And if you want to listen even more, come on 23rd, 24th, 25th of October to Mumbai and listen to not a clothed, jacketed person, but the leather jacketed person, first hand, first time.
Baby, gon' give me a la 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 whoa 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 whoa. You got me like whoa 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 whoa. Shawty gon' give me a la 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 whoa 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 whoa. I see this fine girl for my party, she wear yellow. Every other girl that they do too much, but this girl mellow. Ain't my fine situation, I go use take girl I'm mellow. Finally I find out what we talk to the girl, but she know I follow. Quick on the phone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the wonderful information. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion by your precious presence. On behalf of 7th Innovative International Film Festival, we would like to thank you wholeheartedly. A token of love and a token of respect on behalf of 7th Innovative International Film Festival. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Biren and Vishal, for a wonderful presentation. Next, what we just heard about, what happens in the cloud, but the next presentation that we have for you is that how do you get that information wherever it's in the cloud and wherever part of the universe, on a click of a button or click on your mobile phone. How do you really get it playing on your cell phone or on your computer or on your TV? The next is our head of technology and experience from Digital Convergence Technologies, Mr. Kishore Dalvi. Please come forward. And no, put the chairs later. Put the chairs later.
So good afternoon, everybody. That was such a brilliant conversation by Mr. Ghosh and Mr. Dupar. Now, first of all, it's a beautiful audience to look at. I think it's a true testament of the fact that the median age in India is 28.4 years old, and this is fantastic to see. So again, thank you for coming. I also want to thank the IIFF team and Ashish ji specifically to allow us to present as DCT. It's an honor and we really appreciate it. Now, yes, thank you. Now, of all the creative stuff that we've seen so far, and Mr. Ghosh did a fantastic job at that presentation, at DCT, we are all about what is not happening on the front end. We are all behind the scenes. All the tech behind the scenes which helps you watch the content, stream the content, buy a subscription. All the cool carousels that we see, the continue watching, the recommended content, all of that is what we build at DCT. Now, we've been around for about 18 years, so symbolically, we've just entered adulthood, if I may. But it has been a brilliant experience in the last 18 years, specifically focusing in the media and entertainment vertical. And I'll just take you through a few slides in terms of what we have done and what we plan to do in the future. So very clearly, learning how disparate the OTT ecosystem is. Our vision has always been to converge and deliver. And by that, what I mean is, we bring together all the disparate aspects of an OTT ecosystem. We converge them, we deliver them, and believe we have become a successful one-stop shop for any content creator to stream, to monetize, to analyze, to content manage their entire streaming requirements. Now, India, while most of our business when we started off was focused in Europe and in the United States, in the last few years, especially after Jio made data practically free, India has been a tremendous opportunity. We have about 700 million internet users so far. I mean, that's a couple of Americas right in there and plus a few countries on top. Smartphone users, 600 million to surpass 900 million in 2026. Now, back in 2021, I think the world's population was about 6.6 billion. By the end of this year, which means that India is going to have more than 10% of the global smartphone users. And that's a massive, last mile device in everyone's hand. From a revenue standpoint, it was 22.62 billion in 2020, 93.67 billion by 2025. To put it into perspective, in 2021, America's space budget, NASA, it was about $23.5 billion. And now you can imagine the scale at which we are working at. Market share, of course, most of it are video OTT platforms. We have developed some audio OTT platforms as well. Typically, it's on smartphones and on smart TVs. What is interesting is, though, even though we might be the Netflix users, we might be the Amazon Prime users, a lot of traffic is still, and what we've observed, comes from the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities, which makes it incredibly difficult to ensure that we reach the last mile. And that's what we're working on. Audience growth, 547 million OTT users. Paid subscribers have crossed 100 million. And gone are the days where, we used to believe that India is all about free. And I'll talk about it a little later. And of course, there are tremendous behavior shifts. Cord cutting, I remember specifically, I think it was pre-COVID that, I cut the cord and did not have a cable TV, connection. In fact, in the United States as well, we are building OTT ecosystems for regional sports networks. And I'll talk about it again. And cord cutting is a real thing. So we need to make sure that our infrastructure in India and globally is prepared for that. Change is constant. Consumer preferences and tech are reshaping the media and the OTT industries. Now, India is home to the largest, second largest internet user base after China, really. And what is interesting is, on an average, we consume 70 minutes of content on platforms with a viewing frequency of 12.5. Incidentally, that's twice of what our doctor recommends to work out, about 30 minutes. So I'm not sure if the work from home policies are working well, but that is an opportunity. The consumer preferences, like I said, cutting the cord, demand for multilingual content, improved user experience. Even now, I feel we are still following a lot of Western UI concepts. there is an opportunity to understand how tier 2 or tier 3 cities and the users and the viewers there want to view our content. How intuitive can we make the interfaces? Higher streaming quality at cheaper rates, that's what the expectation is, because it's very difficult, in India at least, globally as well, to make money through an only OTT streaming platform, and we know that. Free, like I said, is not really anymore. There has been a 20 to 30% increase in the number of paid subscribers over the last few years. And even now, I believe, each one of us here as well do not mind paying for content that Mr. Ghosh was showing us earlier. And that's, I think, a fantastic shift that we are seeing. Some of the roadblocks, of course, bandwidth and connectivity, content localization. And now we are working with AI tools which can do content localization, automated subtitling, so on and so forth. Data privacy and security are extremely high. We are working with AWS, Microsoft, and even Google to ensure that we have the highest level of security across streams for our customers. Payment systems integration, device fragmentation. And because the number of device types in India, just outnumber any other country in the world, it is even more important for us to ensure that quality content and at the right streaming quality is available for our customers. Scaling infrastructure, user experience, multi-cloud management complexity, and cloud service dependencies. All of these factors are an absolute fact and truth that most of our customers face, and that's where we have actually honed in improving our ability to manage the entire OTT ecosystem. So the reason why we say we need to leverage tech for everything that we do, it boosts efficiencies, tremendous economic advantages with all the automation that we have been able to bring, customer engagement and experience and engagement. We have partnered with some of the best engagement platforms, and they're well integrated within our platform. I'll talk about it a little later. And this has allowed our content creators and owners to increase their subscriptions as well as their viewership by as much as 120% on a monthly basis. Security improvements, operational scalability. We recently streamed, I don't know if you've heard of the Dave Matthews Band. It's an iconic band in the United States and one of my favorites as well. And we streamed their 5th concert, and we had about 150,000 users who came smack in probably less than 3 days of marketing. And we were able to, of course, host that show, manage that show. It was at the Royal Albert Hall from London. We then moved to Lisbon in Portugal, had some more shows in New Jersey as well. And now they have decided to go full throttle. ESPN is actually going to announce them and us as their streaming partners before before the next Super Bowl is going to be announced. And that level of scalability is only possible because we've been able to build a platform which is able to handle that scale and concurrency. I don't have to talk enough, or I can't talk enough about advanced analytics. From player to end user heuristics, to understanding what your customer behavior is, to even understanding what your purchase funnels are, and when are you most likely to exit or not make a purchase. All that is closely tracked, and we are able to convert that churn into actually payable customers. The large goal was, of course, to empower content creators. And what we mean by technology-less tech is, Sure. So essentially, the goal here was to make sure that we are able to harness the power of technology and build our platforms. I'll just quickly go ahead. So this is what dCafe has managed, and dCafe is our OTT management platform, which has been built for scale. The entire ecosystem, from content ingestion to dynamic mapping of all the metadata and publishing of your content on up to 16 front-end apps, happens in less than 3 steps now, and that's what we've brought it to a clinical manner. We've also partnered with some excellent companies in the world with patented technologies, where you are now able to stream the highest level of bit rates and renditions in tier 3 cities or rural areas by this patent technology that we've used. Mid-Atlantic Sports Network, this is a Major League Baseball. They have 2 teams, and we are their exclusive partners for everything baseball, and we have them across 6 different front-end apps. This is a new concept that we've developed, and we did Dave Matthews on this, where we had 9 separate cameras, which were audio and video synced And this entire streaming was watched by, like I said, 130,000 people. And this was the newest technology that we've launched. And Veeps, as a last example, you must have heard of Live Nation or Ticketmaster. Ticketmaster is owned by Live Nation. And Live Nation's OTT front is called Veeps. I remember the applause. But Live Nation's OTT front is called Veeps. And we do their glass-to-glass and their entire end-to-end development of all their apps. We actually streamed Coldplay last month on our platforms, for Veeps as well. And just the last slide about AI in sports. This was done for the NBA, the National Basketball Association. They had a very tough time last year where they had to manage all the players' schedules and the games. And this was becoming even tougher for them. That's where we use AI and ML. We use AI and ML and improved and actually managed to get their entire scheduling of the entire NBA roster that they had in record time. I know we are short of time, but again, thank you very much. And just to give you a last example, we believe we are like those ball boys at Wimbledon. The only time we know they're successful is when nobody notices them, and the focus is only on the game. So that's what the kind of tech we want to bring to the world. Thank you very much. Of course. Thank you so much. So here we go.
Chuck. Thank you, sir.
I like to barge in again. I like to honor our today's chief guest and our friend, well-wisher, everybody, because Mr. Armstrong, sir, please come on to the stage to honor. I call Ashish Kulkarni, sir, and Biren, sir, to honor our Armstrong, sir. It's a big pride for us. Come on. Thank you very much, sir. I call our Malayalam industry to please come and say, Macadam, sir. Sabu, sir, you have to lead the Macadam. Suresh, sir, you have to lead. If you don't come, you will not get any producer tie-up. Please come. Santosh, we don't wait for... Selvamani, sir, I request you to come to honor our Malayalam. This is our Malayalam producer, the technician, keeping, sir. Yeah, afterwards, first. Uday Kumar, sir, Perarasu, sir. The industry of Tamil, Telugu, and technology to be there.
There ain't no gold in this river that I've been washing my hands in forever. I know there is a hope in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence. Baby, let me go easy on me, baby. I was still
the Malayalam Cine Technicians Association is honoring Mr. Prasad. Yeah, we are giving a memento.
Yes, to the man behind the 7th Innovative International Film Festival and man behind all of this. So that is Saravana Prakash sir. A huge round of applause to Prasad sir for making this happen, for uniting all the actors, corporates, everybody under one roof. More power to Prasad sir. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I request all of you to please put your hands together. Congratulations and thank you so much to each one of you, to all the dignitaries who are on the stage. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sir, 10 seats. We have a very beautiful session now coming up with, I will.
So can I ask Kishore Dalvi to please come on the dais? Jeet Wag, please come on the dais. Prajay Kamath from Merge XR, please come on the dais. Mr. Chetan Hinju from AMD, please come on the dais. Bijoy Arputraj, founder of Phantom Effects, please come on the dais. Mr. Ganesh Papana, please come on the dais. Anand Bhanushali, please come on the dais, Film CGI. Ajit Padmanabhan, who we are, please come on the dais. And Mr. Yunus Bukhari from K Sera Sera, please come on the dais. Sorry, no, I will get Samit in the next session. Samit in the next session. Biren, please join us on the dais. And I'm going to ask you questions from here. Can you please give them the mics? Can you please give more mics on that side? Mics, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as we start, we have a very powerful panel. And our topic is technology reshapes the future of filmmaking and content creation. My first question to Mr. Chetan, actually, as we are continuing with the technology, as we had the NVIDIA and then we had the DCT. Chetan, please take the mic. My first question to you is your opening remarks on the the technology reshaping the future of film making and the content creation. As you are the front runner in, computing and the processing, and as I remember, in fact, almost 24 years ago, when we actually benchmarked, you performed extremely well on all the benchmarks, and that's where we realized that, if we have to set up a studio, we cannot do without AMD, as our processing unit. So please go ahead and make your points.
Thank you, Ashish, and great to be here. I came day before and yesterday also and saw the entire other side of the filmmaking, which is direction, cinematography. Today, since morning, we are hearing a lot of stuff around technology. I just told Biren that his presentation really gave all of us goosebumps because knowing that it's all from India. So I think technology, powers, and it's like a spotlight to a person. I mean, a person is acting. Okay, there is a body of art, but technology powers and take it to a complete different paradigm. And that's where I think people like us come in, whether it's Intel or NVIDIA, AMD, the entire software ecosystem, whether it's Autodesk or a Blender or Adobe or ANSYS, everything, all this ISV and hardware coming together and kind of enabling this whole body of art. And that's where we feel that we are at a contributing side. Now, second part of Ashish's question, which is where we are and, where do we see from here? So definitely AI is going to change this whole thing completely. I mean, we feel that cloud, something which was very big, PC itself, was something which is very big, happen on to this world, followed by maybe internet or maybe a cloud. I think we are at an inflection point now with artificial intelligence. The whole tons and tons of data which we all are creating, they need to be analyzed, they need to be put it in a better way for us to use it. And that's where I think people like us come in. So we definitely see it to be supremely exciting, Ashish.
Thank you very much, Chetan. In fact, my next question is to Anand. As you've just completed 10 years of, film CGI, and we have seen some of the fabulous work in high-end animation as the visual effects. Big round of applause to them. They got a Filmfare Award this year. You all must have seen Jubilee on the OTT channels that's been done by them and many shows. How has the technology really ruled in terms of, taking decisions to deploy the manpower versus approaching a show? What goes in your mind as you actually start planning for a show, and when you start talking to the director, what really happens? Can you please throw light on that?
Hi everybody, my name is Anand Bhanushali. I thank Innovative for really inviting us, giving us a beautiful platform where we as technology people are normally on the back side. We get a platform to talk about it, what magic we do on the screen. So to answer Ashish, we did recent 2 shows as well. As again, Biren said, technology shift is happening like, every day. Means every week we see something new coming up, new tools coming up. So in our studio, in any studio, I think so it's very important, and this is especially for the students, to keep a balance that you have talent, but you need to have technology and tools too, which can obviously make your work much faster. So for the recent shows, what we have done is, more and more shift has happened in the recent years from post-production to pre-production. That means a lot of visualization is happening in the pre-stage level. Of course, VFX is an expensive medium in filmmaking, and hence, with the tools that we have today, like Unreal, real-time tools from Autodesk, thanks to them, we have been able to shift the entire visualization process much earlier in filmmaking, and which is also helping the directors, the DOPs. We call it the quad. Normally it's the DOP, the director, the VFX soup, or the VFX director, what we call it, form this quad, which is very, very important from the script stage. And that is what technology has really helped us. Today, we are able to, create pre-visualizations for entire sequences in feature films, spending much lesser and much faster. Director has much more flexibility to see real time what he wants to see in VFX. Example of that would be the recent feature that is releasing on 11th, Jigra, has been done by us, and we have extensively used, pre-production, pre-visualization in terms of, 3D animatic to everything to show the director well in advance how his sequences were looking. So I think so that's where we are, using technology
Thanks.
on feature.
Thanks so much. My question to Ganesh, you've been on the forefront of the Kannada industry and also doing some of the path-breaking outsourcing work. When it comes to explaining the technology to the directors and the producers, what really happens? Because we have seen some of the best content coming out, but it used to be at one point in time, the film used to be shot and then the director would come and say ki yaar isme thoda enhancement kar do. And then came an era when they used to say ki boss, I don't have budget, but let's package it in 2 crores, 3 crores and enhance my film and give it to me with visual effects. How do you really look at talking to the producers and directors today with the technology and how it's going to impact their films?
Yes, Ashish ji. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me speak on the producer's standpoint today. The producers are coming with age. They are understanding the technology of late. At least in the last half a decade, when the movies from RRR or even from Bahubali, people are a little educated. Now that when we start the movie, good, we have about 30% to 20 to 30% budget is allocated for, so 20 to 30% budgets are allocated today for the VFX, for the technology. It's not only with the visuals today, even from the audio, even in the post-production point of view, every single step in the filmmaking, we are using technology. It's not only the VFX point which we are talking. So, I think artificial intelligence is coming in a big way of late in disrupting the industry, in getting into localization of content, whether it is dubbing or getting into the different languages in India. It's become pretty easy with lip syncing and stuff like that. And the time taken, people are understanding a movie making today needs a lot of time. So they are distributing the work. They are getting seriously into CG shots first. The shots are divided very clearly. The directors are very aware about all these things. So they are finishing the CG shots. They're getting the plates. They're getting into the talkie part a little later. So I think definitely the artificial intelligence, the machine learning in the production as well as post-production is definitely disrupting. And the producers are very much aware of late. At least with the producers which I connect, they do buy time. They are giving enough time for the productions today because a lot of productions are there in South India and the works can be spread across. They collaborate each other and they're trying to cut down the timeline of the film release as well. But overall, the more the technology, the more adaptability is there with the producers. So that's a good news actually for all the techies.
Thanks so much, Ganesh. In fact, my next question to Biren, as the center of excellence that we have at Bangalore and with the complete, the 3D capture that you do, the technology is changing, whether the actor is alive or not alive, and whether you have dates or no dates, you can still manage by the characteristics and the whole lot of things. So what do you think as to how ready India is? And then most of the time people complain that, India does a catch-up business as far as the technology is concerned. So if you can actually throw some light on whether catch-up business is still there or not there. Because we believe that in production that the catch-up business has got over a long time ago. but people still don't believe it. And how do you actually get people to use this technology more to look at the photoreal kind of a production happening?
So everybody keeps saying that India does back-end work, which is why I don't stand like this. I sit down there so people they can see that now we are only doing things from the front end. I think that's the lighter way to just tell everybody what's going on. Ashish, your efforts in helping many boats to rise in many states are going to actually create this change. I have tried to be the beta version of all the things which you are doing with my wonderful colleagues at EBAI. And I think we've had a very listening and participating government. It is not easy to put these new thoughts together. When we wanted to create the Center of Excellence, there was an industry consultation. I think you were there. And 2-3 of our very senior colleagues who since have retired from the industry, they told the government not to put the Center of Excellence because it will not make money. And the answer that I gave them was, if it was going to make money, then private sector would have put it. So like government builds roads, we are supposed to drive on it. You heard that from how many data centers are coming up in this country. I think the infrastructure has to be given so that these students and everybody can come and use it on an hourly, daily, monthly basis and incubate the future. And I think we've been able to do that. I still feel that, that the marketing of what we are doing as an industry is still very poor.
Yeah.
I still feel that we have a long way to go, and events like Innovative Film Festival and many others need to do that. Maybe we need our own OTT platform,
Yes.
which will actually create, maybe that's
So
what you,
by the-
on a pro bono basis, like all of us, we work with industry associations, pro bono.
By the way, the MESC is completely shifted with DCT
Understood.
on the platform right now.
So I think because there are very good people to answer the rest of this question, since you asked me to do something different. Students, are you listening? Anyone listening? Put your hand up. Yes, very good. I will answer your question in this way. A dance of minds and texts unfurled. Content from prompts not sought or told, configured smartly, not fished or sold. With language models vast and grand, we'll wield more power than minds can stand. Technology and art hand in hand, like twin brothers across India's land. The workflow in animation soars as new excitement open doors. No longer stories but full-on sights, immersive world with vibrant lights. Audiences crave, they need a thrill, and every year we'll climb that hill. Beyond just theaters and TV sets, 360 screens are where we met. In domes, in airports and public spaces, we see the new worlds in unexpected places. Producers shift and reset their ways. Cinematographers with new displays. That's the answer to your question.
Thank you very much. Although it's been always very poetic that you try to be in several forums, the thing is that the questions will anyway get answered as we move forward. My next question to Yunus Bukhari, for you, many of you who don't know, he's been acted in Hindi cinema in many films. He's been an visual effects supervisor, and right now the MD of K Sera, where we have a big virtual screen. And my question to you is about the virtual screen. The next in line is going to be Prajay Kamath, because he has cracked quite a few other things on the virtual production. So in short, can you please tell the audience that how technology like virtual screen and virtual production is going to change the world?
Yeah. Thank you, Ashish ji. Really, I mean, you have put great efforts in every stage to bring the technology into the mainstream. Okay. Virtual production is actually, I mean, not a new thing, which was there in the olden days. We used to have an array projection, the back projection. Now with the help of the technology, with the help of the intelligence of the computing, so we can bring back the life into every assets. Okay. See I just want to say the Biren's and Vishal's conversation and the DCT they have explained the intelligence of filmmaking is laid by Alan Turing in 1950s for in a testing that any machine can trick the thinking of a human, then it is human. Okay. Then it is an intelligence. So we have seen intelligence in functioning in every hardware and software from past 70 years, 7 decades. Okay. So what is that we need to incorporate along with the software and the hardware is the God has given this wetware free of cost, how best we can able to make it as an intellectual amongst this intelligent hardware and softwares are available. Okay. So yesterday I was saying again, Ashish ji, that hundreds of years before we used to go for the river to bring water. So somebody has thought that why should I go to the river? The river should come to my home. So today, why should I go to the locations? The locations will come on to our home. Big thanks to the technology, intelligence technology. Okay. So the human mind has become more intellectual to synthetically go beyond the analyzation of the intelligence of the systems today. Okay. So how to integrate those systems and make that convenience for the filmmakers. Okay. So that is what is the technology has accentuated us to bring into such platform to provide everything under one single roof so that you can have a convenience, you can have a cost effective if it is well planned, then you can able to do under air condition the entire cast and crew, and the speed. Speed is one of the important factor into the virtual production. Okay. So whatever we used to do into the post, so now it is being done into the pre-production. So we have two kinds of virtual productions. One is an LED volume. We have a big floor in Mumbai. We are the first virtual production studio in the country. We have the LED volume. Then we have a green screen floor. And you have also visited. So it is run with an Unreal Engine, okay? And we have the entire engineering and the technology team which will do the real-time compositing for the filmmakers.
Thank you very much. I have seen the screen. It's a fabulous facility. As actually we move forward, you know, there is a actual screen, digital screen which has been put up in a U shape and also has a floor and a top in some cases. And there have been several attempts to do this. People are trying to crack it. One of the most important factors in using this technology is, you know, cracking the price. And, you know, we have Saji Karun sir here sitting with us. And he is the chairman of Kerala State Film Development Corporation. They run Chitranjali as one of the oldest film city that they have, over 75 acres of land in the city of Trivandrum. And they believe that they did everything, you know, in-house. They own the theaters. They own the OTT channel for Malayalam films. They actually greenlight several projects with, you know, women directors and the youngsters. They also have the post-production facility, and I have not seen anybody doing the post-production completely for feature film at that kind of pricing that they do. So having said that, that's going to change, and that's why it's important that, you know, you actually work with them. The OTT channel guys work with Saji sir. The new Chitranjali revamp which is going to happen, the makeover is going to have the virtual screens and all. My next question to Prajay. Prajay is coming from London. He has a rig in Ramoji Film City for virtual production. But what Prajay said is that it's not only about the virtual production in the digital screens, but how can you actually crack it if you have to bring the price down? So you shoot it on chroma, you match the lighting, but you do everything and you save the cost up to 45 to 50% almost. And he has written a proprietary technology, and he has put up a demo. As you guys go out, please go and have a look at the demo. So Prajay, can you please throw light on the use of this technology here?
Thank you. there's a lot of, I think we've been talking a lot about how technology is evolving on a daily basis, like what Biren also said this morning. But there's one more key important thing, is that what 50 people team or 100 people team would sit in a big office and do is now possible by a 2-member team just plugging a couple of keys in the keyboard sitting in their bedrooms. You know, so that is a huge, vast scenario is what we are talking about right now, you know. And in India, the way content is produced, there's a lot more content producers on the lower side of the pyramid than on the top side of the pyramid, which means that we have to now enable technologies, or rather real-time technologies, for the lower side so that they can get more, more insightful, they can produce movies that are better quality at a lower price. And that's where we are trying to focus on. Real-time technologies itself is all about being physically accurate, but the way, and that's what real-time does, Unreal Engine does. But as when you come from a cinematic background, you have to defy physics at some point, you know. And I love my hero Rajnikant, who does that all the time. So having anomalies in real-time tech is upcoming trend that is being focused on. And what we are trying to achieve in using a chroma stage based approach for virtual production not only brings the cost down significantly, but also enhances the visual experience. Because end of the day, the audience is not bothered whether you shot the screen or you shot the movie on a LED stage or a chroma stage. The visual experience has to be the best, and that's what it all counts. And if that lessens the weight of the wallet for the producer, then that's a better thing done.
Thank you very much.
One quick comment, because I left your question unanswered. I think technology today is where movies are seen and made before movies are made.
Yes.
That is the answer. How is this done? It is done through a process where, in fact, the imagination of the art, what is inside a director's head or somebody's head, that process has to be there in front of everyone to make sure that when you spend, whether it is 10 crores or 2,000 crores, you need to make sure you see it before. I'm happy to tell you that for the Hollywood studios in India, working together with them, of course, on a daily basis, we have produced the art and the development and the visualization and the pre-visualization sometimes where we have not got the project. So that is the future of what we have to do for our own stories as well. And I think the beautiful thing about the services industry where we work across the whole world is that we groom our talent and we create our tools and we create our technology. So when we have to do something for our own content, we don't have to start from scratch. Because the knowledge and the know-how and the intelligence lies there. And that is, I think, one of the things that the COE has done. Of course, the brands within our group and many other studios who are the international studios are able to do that. But I think the next wave of success is capturing the beginning even before the front end starts. And that is where I think we have to play. And by the time we come here next year and year after next, that is the next game to capture, not just the post-production.
Thank you, Biren. In fact, one of the examples that we're going to see now is, of course, put into practice. And when we talk about technology, it's not only about the hardware and the software. It's also about the mechanics. It's also about the mechanical engineering and the rest of the ecosystem that you build. You build the rigs, you build the chroma in such a way that you actually marry all of these together to make sure that the things happen. And to explain all that, I would like to call none other than like Bijoy Arputraj, who has successfully done that in many movies. The way he works as a visual effects director and a visual effects supervisor with the cinematographer and the director. And then we will show the example also. Do you want to show the example first?
Sure.
Yeah. Can we play the example, please? Can you put the lights off and play the example?
ஆரம்பிக்கலாங்களா?
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. So that's a classic example of what happens when you have a clear planning and very little time. So we did this particular sequence. This came to us in the very last minute of this filmmaking. We had literally 2 months of time to complete this whole sequence. And the DOP came to us with the previs. So we started with the previs and we shot it in just 4 days. The whole sequence was shot in just 4 days. We had a very clear planning. And the entire sequence was pulled off in 1.5 months. So that's the total duration that we took. And it's a classic example of, it is all about artistry, but not about any tool sets, specific tool sets. So artists at Phantom pulled it off with the open source software Blender. So we created all the environments and all the snow elements with Blender, and the entire model and assets were made out of Maya, that is the cars, and the effects were all done in Houdini. So this is a classic example, as everybody were talking. So the entire filmmaking is being changed right now. You don't have to go there. We really saved a lot of time for the film producer. We saved a lot of money for the film producer, because for this particular scene, they were planning to go to Kashmir and do the shoot. But even though they cannot do it, but the reason is it has to be a single camera take, which is not practically possible. So we planned it in such a way that this looks like a single camera take, and this is only possible because of all the technology and the evolution of technology.
Thank you very much. The big round of applause for, the Phantom Effects, who has been doing path-breaking work. Actually, one interesting thing that is happening is the XR, extended reality, and which is a combination of virtual reality, augmented reality, and the mixed reality. And one of the men in Bangalore who is actually putting a lot of things together is Mr. Ajit Padmanabhan. His company is very interesting. It's called Who We Are. And I would like Ajit to throw light on how technology and XR experiences is changing the storytelling in the world.
Thank you, Ashish. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for the invite. A little bit about myself. I've been a techie all my life. I started from mainframe, moved to Java, open systems, and then AI. So I absolutely love the fact that we are able to present to an audience a world that may or may not exist today. So at Who We Are, what we do is we create heritage experiences of historical monuments in India and around the world. And we leverage extended reality to the hilt, in the sense that, whatever all the panelists have spoken about, we actually recreate the world that doesn't exist today. I want to ask the students a couple of questions here. How many of you are from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities here, please? Show of hands. Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Be proud of it. All right, good. So 1 or 2. So at Who We Are, we have a policy of recruiting only Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities.
So we have 120 students from Northeast. You can hire all of them. Please go and visit Who We Are.
Super. And it just amazes me that we have such talent in India, and we ought to do more for India. And that's where Who We Are comes in as a virtual reality platform to realize who we are. In terms of the technology, Ashish, to your question, how many of you know Tyler Perry, the producer, Hollywood? Tyler Perry. Yeah? So Tyler Perry wanted to expand his studio in Hollywood at a budget of $200 million. This was, I think, last July. And he happened to see an output from generative AI Sora, S-O-R-A, which is the generative AI video platform. And he saw it and he was so bemused at it, he said, I'm calling off the plan for setting up the production studio. And that means a lot to technologists like us who have given our life to this, in the sense that we can actually create a hyper-realistic make-believe world. And I think we in India have such diversity, as one of the speakers was talking about, such cultural transience, such cultural significance. You know, we don't need the West to talk to us about large language models where we have 121 languages and 19,500 dialects. I think we need to give better language models to the West. That's where AI comes in. And in terms of extended reality, I think we need all of our power in terms of the younger generation here. We are reliant on you to project India on the world stage like we are projecting world on an Indian stage over here. So I think that's what I wanted to talk about in terms of technology, in terms of the possibilities with extended reality. Don't worry about the hardware. We've got wonderful support from NVIDIA and DCT. I think
And we also got wonderful sound effects.
it's good to get an applause also. So I think just for those who are working in the animation space, in the virtual reality space, this is a very, very challenging environment. This is not the, the conventional animation where you can work on high poly count and a lot of details and stuff. You got to optimize your content, which means you got to optimize your workflow. And we are happy to say that as an Indian company, we've got 2 patents under our fold to make it happen for virtual reality, create this quality content which Ashish sir has seen in virtual reality, which only 2 other companies in the world have afforded until now. So
hearty congratulations, big round of applause for who we are.
Thank you so much.
In fact, I'm going to bring a very interesting twist to the whole thing, that when we do all these things, we require what used to be called as a film city. Right now it's called digital media cities. And then some of the locations which actually are very important in our lives as far as creation in India is concerned. And that location is called Goa. And every filmmaker in the world would like to come and do something in Goa. And that's why Mr. Jeet Wag has decided to set up an physical infrastructure in Goa. And I would like you to tell him, how are you going to get all these technology guys to make films with you in Goa?
Thank you so much, everyone here. So my family's been to the content creation world for the last 40 years. We've been investing and we've been producing films predominantly in Bollywood for the last 40 years now. And I feel it's my responsibility to take the next step towards filmmaking where it combines the traditional filmmaking with technology forward. And I'm very happy to be sitting with ensemble of people who have been giving their life to the new filmmaking, which is it's called, and the next generation is going to be more towards this kind of filmmaking. So we are building a film institute and a film city in Goa, in which we are trying to take the traditional filmmaking and combine it with the technology that you guys have been providing or you guys have been actually working on, so that as we as producers, investors, as sir rightly mentioned, that logistics is the biggest part of production today. That gets cut down to a much lesser by using these kind of technologies also. And like Biren sir said, that marketing is what you guys actually lack in this industry, because the powerhouse or brains behind the filmmaking is y'all. So we hope to actually close that gap in Goa, and we try to make y'all the actual front runners in this industry now, the next 10-15 years. Thank you guys.
Ajit, just remember one thing, that all creative guys like very good food, so please set good restaurants. Definitely. And also listen to good music and live performances. So please make sure that these 2 elements are there in your film series.
Why we selected Goa is...
No, I'm talking about the film city.
Because the location has to be where you can work and play.
Yes. Thank you very much. We are looking forward to that facility, and maybe one day we have Innovative International Film Festival in your film city in Goa as well. My last question to, Kishore, because, all that we create content, finally it has to be seen and it has to be streamed. And as the world is changing from broadcast to streaming, tell me 2-3 very quick things for our audience. If they have content, how fast can you set up an OTT channel for them?
Okay, so I'll respond first with Mr. Ghosh. I'll take up your offer on being the streaming partner for Innovative. I think that's the first. Today we have come down to a point at DCafe and DCT where, let's say for the usual suspects, by that what I mean is the website, Android and iOS, we can actually set you live as long as you have your content in less than a month. So about 2 to 3 weeks, you can actually be live. And by live, I actually mean getting into production, setting up your monetization stack, setting up your analytics stack, setting up your entire OTT front with your engagement and subscription analytics and churn analytics and payment gateways and all of that. So we brought it down, we believe, to a science where for the first 3 or 4 apps, it is less than a month. And as you start getting to the tail end devices, it takes about 2 months. But this is what we believe, as long as everything is in place. And by that, I only mean there are some logistical aspects in terms of what, let's say, Apple, of course, requires its accounts and its DUNS numbers. If those logistics are taken care of, we can actually launch content creators into the real world and in the wild in about 2 to 3 weeks today. And that's something we've achieved over the years.
So what about the live streaming guys?
Oh, fantastic. So live streaming, like I said earlier, for the Dave Matthews Band, for Coldplay, one thing you're very, very proud of. I'm not allowed to say it out loud because we don't have the permission, but for the US federal government, they have about 400,000 US Marines posted outside the United States. We have built a secure OTT platform for them. The Olympics was streamed on DCafe this year. And we felt, that was, of course, I lost a few fingers and nails just because it was nail biting to just ensure. And first, you have to say Roger that and Roger this, considering the kind of clientele that we have there. But it was all live streaming. And then the biggest event in the United States is the Super Bowl. Nothing bigger than that. That was streamed on DCafe as well. So we are absolutely live capable as well and can again take this.
I know. So guys, you know where to make the content, whom to contact for virtual production, whom to contact if you want to reduce the cost, whom to contact for visual effects, whom to contact for AR, VR, whom to contact for animation, where do you have to go and shoot. And if you want to make OTT, whom to contact. I will not ask you about how costly it is to create a OTT. I hope it's going to be cheaper than the US.
Absolutely.
Because you're based here. But a big thank you to all of you. Sorry we couldn't give you more time. But I would have loved to continue this discussion for the whole day. But, Saruna Prasad sir always puts you into the tight slot. And he always gets some very important guys who are actually having flights. So please come forward for a photo op, and we will also get one more guest who is there with us. First, please get the guest so that we can actually get the guest here. Yeah. So the next in line is going to be all our college principals and the Media and Entertainment Skill Council, and also the universities who are actually doing media and entertainment education. So please stay back to listen to them, because that's where we are going to actually create the powerhouse from India for building a creative future for India in filmmaking and storytelling.
There where you are, and I gotta get one little taste. Sugar, yes please, won't you come and put it down on me? I'm right here, 'cause I need a little love, a little sympathy. Yeah, show me good loving, make it all right. Need a little sweetness in my life. Sugar, yes please, won't you come and put it down on me? My broken pieces, you pick them up. Don't leave me hanging, come give me some. When I'm with you.
you very much. Can you reduce the volume? I have something very, very special. Before that, I call Damodar sir. Damu sir. It is more easy to call you Damu sir than sir. To please come. It is the man who's in charge for Telugu Chamber of Commerce and a good visionary person. He loves students. He would love to have an interaction. Can you keep some mic? And he's got something very, very special for you, which he will tell.
Good afternoon. My name is Damodar Prasad. I am the Producers Council President for Telugu Producers Council and the Secretary for Telugu Film Chamber of Commerce. Basically a producer. Family's been in this business for almost 50 years now, and I'm continuing that. It's a pleasure and I'm very happy and a pleasure to be here. Thank Prasad for this kind of a platform created. And this is my second year out here. I think it's one of the best platforms for the students who are into filmmaking, various aspects of filmmaking. And today, I met one person. Last year, I think that girl was doing her final year. And when I came here last year, she introduced herself and said, I'm into cinematography. And I would like to meet you. Yes. And this morning I met her. Oh. She came all the way to meet me. And she said that she finished the course. Yes. And she wanted to, she's already getting into the industry, working for a cinematographer. Very good. And, I was very happy to listen to her. Because each one of you out here at some point of time would be in that space. And thanks, Prasad, for creating this platform and, such an opportunity for all these students out here. Thanks. And I would like to now call upon a young Malayali actor, a heartthrob of late, Shine Tom.
Sir, Shine, please come up to the stage. Oh my God, from the behind.
So I asked him, this morning when he came.
This sound we need in the theaters. Actually, that is the strength of movie. Actually, we are discussing hey, anybody knows the name of the movie? A truck driver follow a car driver, and car driver think the truck driver going to kill him. The director didn't show that truck driver's face in that movie. English movie. Anybody knows? What? Duel. 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 D-U? Yeah, that's whose first movie? Stephen Spielberg. Sorry, James Cameron not. Stephen Spielberg. That's my mistake. Director's name changed. Oh, got Duel. First movie. That time he had only lorry, car, and camera, and these two actors. So, still now, nobody can't beat that movie. Technology this much big now. We are shooting the driving scenes, car scenes in the green mat. We can say VFX. Technology will outdate, but idea will not outdate. So, movies' strength is idea. Everyone asks how Malayalam movies making like these stories. I say we have no budget. That's why we'll think about small stories like two men, two girls. That type of movies will. That's why you people thinking that Malayalam movie is good, but we are trying to make big movies. We don't try to make big movies. We just make a other or new movie.
We have no big or small like that. We have only one language, is body language. Sorry, sir.
Why you call, man? Finish your thing. You have to say something. So, a few students want to interact with you. So, if any student wants to ask him something,
Anything you want to ask? No cigarettes? I have no cigarettes. Anything you want to ask? Photo? Selfie? Anybody want to ask anything? Don't say get out of. Anything? Hello? There is Mike. Is going to ask or going out? Nobody want to ask anything? This is Malayalam song. And
can somebody
Oh,
put
wow.
a mic out there?
Can I ask him Malayalam?
Huh?
Can I ask him Malayalam?
മലയാളത്തിൽ ചോദിച്ചോളൂ.
പുതിയ സിനിമയെ പറ്റി a few words.
പുതിയ
പുതിയ സിനിമയെ പറ്റി a few words.
ഏത് പുതിയ സിനിമ?
നമ്മുടെ
ഏതാ പുതിയ സിനിമ? ഇന്ന് ഇറങ്ങിയതാണോ, ഇന്നലെ ഇറങ്ങിയതാണോ, കഴിഞ്ഞ ആഴ്ച ഇറങ്ങിയതാണോ, കഴിഞ്ഞ മാസം ഇറങ്ങിയതാണോ? Which one?
the first poster.
Yeah?
First poster.
First?
Poster.
First poster. What are you asking, man? I will come there. What is the problem? I will do. Who you? What you? What?
Friend, no. Nothing. We just saw your story about your first.
Yes, today we were searching the story.
ഒരു അന്വേഷണത്തിന്റെ തുടക്കം. That is all case happens in Kerala now. That's why everyone looking into the Kerala because
is that about
why are this all cases happening in Kerala? People ask.
Is that about
who
the
is Hema Commission? I went to IFA Award. One media person asked, "What about tell few word about Hema Commission?" I said, "Who is Hema?" In Malayalam industry, there's a lot of cases. The Hema is not yet came to the other industries like medical industry, political industry, TV industry, education industry, all industry. If Hema will come back. If that Malayalam she came back, we are not here to talk about that things. That all steady color.
Sir, when you do a pan-Indian film,
Pan-Indian cinema? No. Which Pan-Indian cinema you last watched? Dasara. After that, lot of Pan-Indian movies. There is movies I have no. Actually, Pan-Indian movies means what? We are seeing in OTT platforms, no? Pan-Indian movie means a movie made in India and it show in India and the Indian people get that profit. Like how? When a movie hits, government get tax like from theaters. When a movie hits, people come out from home, they take auto rickshaw, bus, and get in the theater. After that, they go over a hotel or purchase. Then money come to the economy. When OTT platforms comes, who get the profits? Not to our country, not to us. So Indian movie means the movie must show in India, not in America. Anybody knows? What are you making noise? Just think, don't do. You will not get projects.
Check. Excuse me, sir. Here,
What is
here.
me? Who is that?
Here.
Oh, excuse me. Tell madam.
Sir, I'm not a student. I'm a professor, first of all.
Everyone is a student till death.
No, I am a professor.
Professor is student.
So my question,
Question what?
when
Professor
are you
asking
acting in Kannada movie?
Huh?
When are you acting in a Kannada movie? Please act in some Kannada movies.
Produce a movie. I will act.
No, I'm a professor. I'm not a producer here. If you're acting,
Then why you ask
produce.
this much questions?
No, I'm
Professor
a,
ask
I'm
what
a Bangalorean.
more
I want to
questions.
see you in Kannada movies, so
Thank you for-
please do watch. I mean, please do act in any Kannada movie.
Any Kannada movie?
Any Kannada movie.
And,
with any actor.
KGF is good, no?
Yeah, I'm a great fan of Yash.
I will act in
Please
KGF.
do act
Or
with Yash, rocking star
Kantara.
Yash.
The Kantara is good, no? I can't act, no. They should select me.
I think if you approach...
I'm very
definitely-
notorious in Kerala. I'm very notorious, not... ചേട്ടാ അതിനാൻ notorious എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞെടുത്തോട്ടോ. Hey,
The multi-star, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, all three. And Devara first week is an extraordinary, first week, the extraordinary collection which we had.
That's not because of me.
Because of all. Because of all. But
Because of the director, because of the NTR, we are getting that much collection. My movie getting nothing from Kerala itself. It's lost. Getting lost very much.
yes.
When movie likes people, then only we'll get money. Otherwise, we don't need money.
Correct. We
First, people must like that. That is the first thing we want.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, we can make lot of
Correct.
other jobs, to make money. Money.
Yes. So we like
കള്ളക്കടത്ത് ചെയ്യാം ഞാൻ ചെയ്യാറില്ല മൈക്ക് ബിസിനസ് ചെയ്യാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് എനിക്കറിയില്ല ഈ മൈക്ക് ബിസിനസ് സാധാരണ ആൾക്കാരെങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യാന്ന് മരുന്നുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ളവരല്ലേ ചെയ്യുള്ളൂ അല്ലേ
So we like to honor you.
Why?
Honor
I
you.
have a case in Kerala. So case people are honor here. Hey, I don't receive any honor like that. It's just yeah. This is I am a very kid man. Kid, give me one packet cigarettes or one chicks.
My memory.
Memory for me. Okay, I will remember 7 Innovative International Film Festival happened in Bengaluru, and I didn't plan a party from yesterday. I actually came for here to do party. Because in Kerala, party is very bad thing. Political party is there, police club is there, but youngsters can't do parties. Youngsters, what do then? If there is parties, youngsters will not go anywhere. If there is no parties, youngsters make parties and nobody can't find it. So parties is good. That's the culture. അപ്പൊ അവര് അവിടെ ഉണ്ടാവൂല്ലോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇവര് എവിടെ ഉണ്ടാവാന്ന് ഒരു പിടുത്തം കിട്ടില്ല എന്താ ഞാൻ പറയണെന്നല്ലേ ഇത് തന്നെ സംഭവം So yeah, we talk later, no? Continue.
So one question.
One question.
What tips would you like to give to an introvert person aspiring to become an actor?
Introvert person can only to become an actor because you must introvert for thinking about him and the man inside him. Okay? That person only can reproduce a man in front of a camera. You got? Extrovert man can't do that. I am now extroverted because this is PRO works. ഒരു പടം ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ 2 ദിവസം പ്രൊമോഷൻ കൊടുക്കണം. ഇപ്പോൾ ആൾക്കാർ കാണുമ്പോൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ ഇന്റർവ്യൂ കണ്ടിരുന്നു കേട്ടാ എന്നാ പറയണേ. I watched interview. I said, I doing interview for watching movies. Questions is over?
Yeah, done.
Introvert persons can only become an actor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you sir. Thank you very much for coming and honoring us.
Sending back. I want.
So cute, so nice.
I'm not cute. I'm a rough.
Thank you very much, sir. So nice of you to come and to give us. Thank you very much, sir.
Because of Sir Sustain. Yeah. I came here actually for to party. I mistakenly came here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
We can meet at parties.
Thank you very much. I call on our a real strong person behind innovative. I call on our South Indian Film Chamber President, FFI Film Chamber President, Innovative International Film Festival Chief Patron, our friend, our well-wisher, our brother, and our great personality, Mr. Ravi Kotakar, sir. Please, onto the stage before we start the next session, where I would like you to moderate with Ashish Kulkarni, sir. Cheers.
Good afternoon. Sorry, we are at the lunch hour, so this is the most crucial time for everybody. We are all feeling hungry and we are just sitting here and trying to discuss some important topics. My dear
Students,
friends,
I request you, sorry sir, students, please come this side, please. Can somebody clear?
Sure. I request all the students, please come back to the back. Please.
This side, and I feel security. Hey, please, 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 please. Sir. Please, students, wait. Please, students, wait.
yeah, good afternoon once again, good afternoon. Could you all maintain little bit silence? I could say some 2 words for you, all of you. My dear friends, could you be silent for some time? Yeah. Sir, I've just come here. I'm not going to give a lecture or anything. I've just come here to tell you some good news, what we have done. If you are able to hear it, please hear it. We have passed a new system in IFI Goa, that the first filmmakers who have made their first film, their films will be selected for IFI Goa and we'll be giving them awards. So this is a new addition which has been done to IFI Goa. And it's a great initiative. So first-time filmmakers, kindly apply. Your films will be watched and we will give you awards for that. Okay, this is one thing. Number 2, I just want to tell you, I've been part of this organization from past 7 years. I just want to tell 3 things. I don't know, because everyone is in a different mood, but kindly watch cinema. I have to just say something. Watch cinema, learn cinema, watch cinema, learn cinema, and create cinema. This is what 3 things which I say. I don't want to take much time of yours. Just 1 week back, I've been organizing this Oscar entry to, in the Indian entry to Oscar, and we selected Lapata Ladies. I just wanted to tell you that along with Lapata Ladies, we watched 29 wonderful films. And lastly, we selected Lapata Ladies. But I want to tell you, there were a lot of good films being made. So what I'm saying is, kindly make good cinema. To make good cinema, you should watch cinema, which many of us do not have the time, but take time, watch cinema. You see, there's IFA is there, IFI is there, Kerala Film Festival is there, all these festivals. So kindly start watching cinema. I don't want to take much time because we are in the, we are at roughly 1:30 and we got one more session. Please watch cinema. My only request is, please watch cinema. Once you watch cinema, you learn what is cinema, then you can make good cinema. And as far as, our Prasad has been doing a great work. Let us do something more. How do we do something more is kindly make a lot of short films or, documentaries make content. Spend time making content. I only request, you have got a lot of principals here, colleges, we've got a lot of people who educate, our children. Kindly give them motivation. Just make them understand they can make the right content. Tell them to make right content. Yeah. Tell them to make right content, and if they make the right content, they get noticed, they make good films. That's it. Make good films, watch films. Thank you. I don't want to add a lot to speak, but the problem is we are roughly at around 2 o'clock. We have to close the session. So I don't want to say, but one thing I have to end it with. This man, Prasad, has been doing with me. We have been with him, and he has been doing this great job. This platform is important. He has given you a platform where you can learn, try to create, and make content and exhibit your content. So I'm very happy for Prasad. Where's my other child? Upasna. Yeah, both of them. If not for them, because when we started it in 2018, we never knew where would this go. We never knew where we would reach. But due to the great efforts of these two children I'm saying, we are today, we have achieved something. And in the years to go, we'll make a lot of good content, and that will come out of our beautiful, academy. Kindly, again I say, watch content, make cinema, make yourself proud, make your family proud, make the film industry proud. Thank you. I don't want to take much of
Thank you
your
very
time.
much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, you shout at us also too much, sir. Little bit reduce, sir. Too much shouting, sir. You are growing, sir. Children, you tell and keep shouting. What is this, sir? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much with all your busy work to come. Now I'll hand over to the last section, and we'll have a closing ceremony. Please wait till we close and we honor our guest. Students, you all are so good. You like only heroes. You like only stars. Please wait for the closing. Don't just like that walk away, because I will be giving you all the certificates. You will miss the certificates which the students are going out just like that without even finishing once the hero goes off. Please. And all are the educationists. Who's coming now is all the educationists. Please do the honors and the respect for that. Please, I request you all to wait. Don't talk among each one of you. Listen to the session, please.
Can you please change this mic? Please? Yeah. Our last session today is revolutionizing media and film education, embracing technology, advancement, and future trends. First of all, there has to be a media and entertainment education in the university. So let me call upon Mr. Mohit Soni, CEO of Media and Entertainment Skill Council on the dais. Big round of applause. Mr. Samit Shetty, Head of Technical at Autodesk, our model of our industry, the style man. Can I also call upon Mr. Prashant from Adobe? Can I call upon Mr. Alexander? Miss Alexander Berman. Can I call upon Mr. Vinod AS? Can I call our other hero, Srinivas? Please, big round of applause, our Kannada hero, and also into education. Can I call upon Mr. Philip Thomas? Can I call upon Dr. Piyush Roy? Can I call upon Dr. Gopal Krishnan? Gopal Kumar? Can I call Mr. Satish Narayanan from Jain University? Can I call Devadas Rajaram? Can I call Mr. Manjunath from Reva University? Can I call upon Karthik from St. Francis? Yeah, he's there. Can I call upon Mr. Shantaraj from Christ University? Sir, you can take that chair in the center because I'm not going to be sitting there. I'm going to ask you questions from here. So we have a very powerful panel and, I have never done a moderation for such a huge panel ever in my life. But, Sarvana Prasad sir puts you into this kind of tight corners all the time. And that too before lunch. So I would like to actually start with Mr. Mohit Soni and the opening remarks as to what they are doing into the Media and Entertainment Skill Council and how it's changing the landscape of media and entertainment education and what are the new things that the government is getting initiatives on as far as the internship and the rest of the things are concerned. Please, Mohit, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Prasad sir, Upasana ma'am, and Innovative Film Academy to invite here. It's always a pleasure to be here as a part of this festival. Last year also it was wonderful, and this time it seems to be growing much more. As a Sector Skill Council, certainly we provide not just certification to students under the Skill India mission, but it's more of our ambition to bridge the gap between the industry and the academy, and we try to see that we could possibly become the route for channelizing what the international and the global market demands for today. Ashish ji is our co-chairman for the council, so certainly, he understands the system and he is also one of the founding members of the council. My urge to all the students sitting here is possibly to see that, whatever way you are looking forward to develop your career in this industry, you have an active involvement and a participation in events like this, because I think this kind of events provide you a global opportunity to network, understand how the ecosystem is moving, and always gives you a future perspective. While from the council's perspective, my only view would be to see that we could organize some kind of workshop seminars with you, and also see that we could organize some kind of placement drives, give you some national and international exposure. For the trainers, we have been developing a lot of Train the Trainer program, and under the ministry at this point of time, we are looking forward to, over the next 2 months, upskill around 4,000 trainers. I think this is one area where I would need the industry and the training institutions to come forward. And good part is that almost all these training programs which we are planning to undertake over the next 2 months are going to be on new age job roles, which includes AR, VR, AI, and other areas as well. While from the tech side, that side of upskilling is going to enhance the training quality on the ground. On the other side of it, we are working very closely for traditional arts. So on the folk artist side, there is a lot of movement which we are trying to build in the country at this point of time. Over the last 8 months, we certified around 20,000 plus folk artists, and this includes 11,000 folk artists which we certified in Assam for Bihu dance. We are carrying that exercise forward in Rajasthan, and maybe along with Prasad ji and Upasana ma'am, we would like to see if we could do something in the state of Karnataka as well, and see that the folk artist gets benefited. So some of the initiatives which the council has done, but it will be wonderful for all of you to visit the website, mescindia.org, and we could see how you could actually look at it. And the core objective of my coming here today for talking to the students is to give you a value proposition in terms of understanding the new product which we have developed in the market today called MECAT, which is Media Entertainment Creative Aptitude Test. I think this will be one big flagship for all of you to undertake as a tool for you to assess your quality and your creative side. That tool is mecat.in. You visit the website, and I'm sure you would love the reports which are going to be generated out of it. So thank you, Ashiji, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Mohit, for bringing the India perspective. And I know that recently you have been to the World Skills, and congratulations on the medallion for the graphic design.
Thank you, sir.
Please, a big round of applause. And we also have the coach, Mr. Satish Narayanan, who was a coach for India. Satish, can you please tell them about what's happening with the World Skill and how the institutions here can actually send their people into the World Skills, and especially in the media and entertainment space?
Very good afternoon to all of you. So all the students sitting out there, we've been having this session. Just before this, there was a great panel. They were talking about the technological growth, advancement in various softwares and various AI and all those things. Please remember, in order to work on all these technology and all those things, we talk about AI as artificial intelligence, but there is another AI called artistic intelligence. So you guys must have the artistic intelligence in order to work on all these softwares or maybe the technology. Because because by heart I am an artist. I did my graduation in BFA, and it's been 30 years I am in this animation, visual effects, filmmaking, all these industries. I have grown my professional career along with the technological growth. So when I passed out in 1994, there was no mobile phone and there was no internet actually. So imagine what we learned 5 years of an undergraduation is a proper traditional way of learning animation, 2D animation, or maybe different types of art forms and all. So that helped me. I've never learned any software. So I just took one course. It's a 2 weeks residential course called Soft Image. That software is nowhere now. But today, right from Adobe to IN DI softwares, I used to work on all the softwares because I picked up my foundation was very, very strong. Whether if you're learning photography, you know, back then it was more of a film roll, which many of you wouldn't have seen actually. Today it has upgraded to almost the digital technology where you can instantly see the result. So those days to see the result, it will take maybe 2 days. You need to do the negative, positive, all. But the conceptual understanding, that matters a lot in order to become a great photographer. So that's how the whole industry, my journey was. And to talk about Ashish ji, so we have technological advancement and all those things. He was mentioning about the Olympics. This is Skills Olympics. Couple of weeks ago, I was in France. All of you know Sports Olympics. After Sports Olympics, there was Para Olympics. And then there was Skills Olympics happened in Lyon, where we had almost 64 different skills are displayed under one roof for 4 days. Around 72 countries, national champions, they come and they execute their work. So I represent graphic design as a coach. I've been doing this for almost 10 years. I train a candidate and take them to the international platform. 4 days, 4 different tasks they have to perform and win medal and come back. For graphic design, we have almost 40 different countries national champion. This is purely for the students who can showcase their talent at an international level. Winning a gold medal, silver medal, and even in top 10, it's actually a very, very tough job. So the countries like China, Russia, many countries, they train the candidate for 6 years to compete at a world skills level. So we, with the help of MESC, we got only 3 months time to train. But still, when we came back, we won a medallion. So our candidate, she was from Jalandhar. We won medallion for the country. It was a proud moment. So basics are very, very important today. To talk about little more, so in terms of filmmaking, the storytelling aspects, I don't know how many of you have seen a film called See You Soon, Malayalam film. If not, just go and watch. It is purely made using mobile phone. The point of view is always through mobile, actually. The entire film is almost through mobile phone. That's amazing. Even in the technological growth, they were able to make films in that kind of a manner.
Satish, can you please tell them what is the qualification required for student to participate in World
Yeah,
Skills?
you need to be creative, because you can't say I don't want to be creative, but still I want to be in AVGC industry. You need to be creative. If not, the universities or institutions like this, they will make you creative. So what you're learning here, don't run behind technology, even though this Innovation Film Academy has amazing facilities. They have the virtual production and all those things. But keep it simple, learn the basics of filmmaking, that is storytelling, the art of filmmaking, all these aspects. As and when the technology grows, definitely you will be a successful person actually. So you need to upgrade with the technology.
What is the age limit for a participation?
What is that?
What is the age limit for the participation in the World Skills?
So for the World Skills International, it's purely for the students. At the time of competition, you should not cross 22 years old. The next World Skills is happening in 2026. in Shanghai, China. So you should have born after 2003, January 2003, then you are eligible. And then there is an India skills process. Example, for graphic designing, there are 3,000 applications. From 3,000, we shortlist only one candidate, and we train them for almost a year to take it to the World Skills International.
So guys, if you are born after 2003, please contact Satish and Mohit Soni and apply and get trained for the World Skills. My next question to Alex, Ms. Berman, can you please have the mic? In fact, now we have seen the World Skills and the India perspective. Can you please give us a perspective for Middle East and Southeast Asia, where you are working? How is the creative education doing in this space?
Thank you so much for, first of all, it's an honor to be here, and thank you for inviting me here. I'm honored to represent TV Bricks Media at the Innovation International Film Festival. And I would speak from the media standpoint. So we discussed a lot about technologies today. We saw great presentations today. When we speak about media, we shouldn't forget that yes, there is a place for creativeness, but it is also production. It's a huge volume of production involved. And as all productions, media is trying to find ways to automate some processes that are mechanical. In this way, giving place for some other things that require human participation in it. So I believe that it is very important to keep pace with technologies and introduce them gradually. Yes, today we also discussed that these technologies would start to be developed even last century, but now it's an era when these technologies come into life of people like us, like normal people in various industries, and it's important to take this into account in the work. Another thing which I believe is very important is the education of youngsters, because now theory which is given in the universities, it is already old, because technologies are developing very fast. And I think that IFA does a great job in involving students into the process itself, because they should learn from practice. Theory is good, but it changes very rapidly. So, yeah, and if we speak about TV Bricks, like about our experience, we're just started learning artificial intelligence. We just started implementing it, and we're trying to teach the whole team of the company to do that. So not only separate departments do that, everyone should know how it should be done. And we're trying to include these technologies into the production processes. For example, we use artificial intelligence very actively in when it comes to translation, when it comes to dubbing, and even now we are working on a new TV show which is called Laboratorium, where the host was generated by artificial intelligence. But still we're trying to keep balance, like we're not going to get rid of real hosts, but we want to keep a good balance in it.
Thank you very much. In fact, my next question is going to be our Man in Style Summit, who has been into our industry and has been actually being our poster boy for a long period of time. How is Autodesk fueling the education ecosystem in India, and what's your vision for India in terms of grooming the new talent? Because you are into out-and-out design softwares, right from architecture to industrial design to film design to the whole thing. So can you give us that quick perspective for India?
Thank you, Ashishji, for the kind words which you said in the beginning. But yeah, I mean, Autodesk has been in all the three segments, as you said: engineering, manufacturing, and the media and entertainment. M&E, we've been the pioneers in 3D softwares for more than 3 decades, and still we are when it comes to serious work for animation, visual effects, games, and things like that. But since the beginning, we also knew that talent is also important. As many of them said, that it's not software which does the output, it's the talent, the artist who produces the fantastic imageries. So, and let's talk about India, because we were always behind in terms of education. We always learned mostly from ourselves. We had very less mentors and things like that. But we focused on education right from the beginning, from many years. If you see all the education centers, the primary softwares, 3ds Max and Maya, were the main softwares which taught all the 3D knowledge to thousands of artists who are now not only in India but also servicing to the other parts of the world. But then we are making it more and more intense. We are trying to see, because things have changed, things have become open. It's not just one software which can do everything. There's a pipeline which is involved, and we want students to also learn the pipeline, not just be dependent on one software, because when they go to the studios, they have to be ready. It's not that they have to be dependent on one more level of training and things like that. So we are extensively working with all the institutes, making sure that the trainers there are equipped. The institutes are well equipped with the current softwares, current technologies, new versions. We have also acquired a lot of new technology which we showcased yesterday, AI-based motion capture system. I was very excited when I met a couple of students outside, and they were like, still having the same question, will AI take my job? But yeah, I mean, if you don't learn AI, it will definitely take your job. So better focus on, because AI is nothing, it's a new terminology, but these were new features which we used to call it for years, has been there to save our life, save our time, go home early, spend quality time with your family members, and do what you want. So that's certain things which we are doing for years and will be doing henceforth as well.
Good you clarified that for the students, because when the calculators came, the bankers thought they will lose their job.
True.
And computers came, they went on strike again, they thought that they are going to lose their job.
Exactly.
And any technology change comes, they feel that they're going to lose their job, and they also go on strike and disturb the industry. The issue is that if you don't integrate that with your production, it's not going to help you. Yeah. So you need to learn to integrate. My next question to Prashant, who is from Adobe, and you have been also on the forefront of most of the production softwares and also finishing softwares that the content gets presented in various forms, and your experience has been immense for the last 17, 18 years. How do you think that this changes, the education ecosystem, and especially with the national education policy, your integration with the school education and the university education with the tools that you create?
Yeah. Hello. Thank you, Ashish ji. I just want to add on top of what Shamit said, is that, in simplifying, it's my favorite dialogue. A tool is a fool, right? So no technology is going to take away your jobs. When you talk about an NEP, if you talk about World Economic Forum, Bloomberg, and all other top surveys or the research reports, the skills required for 2030 and beyond talks about creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and problem solving, which the government of India, MASC, Ashish ji, Mohit Soni, they are trying to address in the forms of, media and entertainment education, that the storytelling, to stand yourself apart, we just spoke about storytelling, that's where Adobe comes into the play. So we try to address all these skills while on the way, and we do not create a masterpiece. It's you who creates the masterpiece. We are just one of the medium or transporter. I'm not Jason Statham, but then we act like them, like a movie transporter. We are just one of the medium like Autodesk and Unreal and a lot of other guys, where you can actually give a life to your craft, right? So there is a difference between a craft and a scale. We talk about craft. For a scale, there is a different AI tools, number one. And, I just inspired from Biren Ghosh on a short poem. Somebody asked me saying that, and I keep getting these questions, you are not very affordable, accessible, you should give it free and so forth. So my request to Upasana ma'am and Prasad sir, record this 50 words of a small rap inspired from Biren Ghosh and add some music and make a good reel, and I would love to see that. And thank you for putting an Adobe Firefly here so people would have seen the masterclass yesterday on the Adobe AI. Adobe Firefly, where art meet the tech, unlocks creativity with precision check. Expert craft deserves rightful play for tools that elevate each new day. Free would cheapen its artistic might, undervaluing creators day and night. Fair compensation for the genius born, Adobe AI's value forever shone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prashant. I didn't know that to become a business development executive, you have to be a poet. And that's what Biren and you both have, right? And then the man in style gives you, different flavor. Let's go towards a person who is actually doing skilling into several states for the last 3 decades. Mr. Philip, please take the mic. And as you actually have a great experience in feeding a large number of students into the ecosystem in South India, the education and skilling both have to work hand in hand. And while education gives you the knowledge and allows you to understand what is good, what is bad, and understand the subject, but the skilling will give you the livelihood. How do you think in the media and entertainment space, intervention of education in the technical side and also the technology used in education is changing for the future? And the implementation of national education policy in the southern states is hard to see that you are not going to do it. But how are we going to counter that is what my question to you is.
Thank you, Ashish ji. Thank you, Innovative. I've been in creative industry for almost 3 decades, especially into skilling for almost 25 years. One point I want to make before I answer the main question. When we came to the industry, just like Mr. Sadish was mentioning, there was no mobile, there was no internet. Or if you look at any creative person at our age today have gone through a lot of struggle and pain. And we were all waiting for these days where a Prime Minister is talking about creative industry in the Independence Day speech, which is a huge encouragement for all of us who are waiting for this day. So it's not just government of India, all the state governments are coming up with the policies, subsidies, grants for ideas, incubation centers. We have Abhay here with a model center. So this is the day we were looking for last decades, where the country, because when 20 years back we go and say, I want to become an animator, parents will look at like, animator, what it is? It's a Tom and Jerry. They were not looking at seriously. Today, that change from the government side has definitely helped to change the perspective of the parents as well as the educators. We had Rajagiri madam yesterday here. She was supposed to join us in the panel. Rajagiri is one of the largest educational institutions in Kerala, which has signed up with Innovative Film Academy and the MACTA, the Association from Film Industry in Kerala, to set up a film academy, which was not, we couldn't imagine such a thing 10 years back. So this is a reflection, whether NEP is taken as it is by different states, but the demand from the student side is changing. There are colleges having no students for science streams, but their demand coming for the visual communication, visual arts. I've seen Christ team yesterday saying about a lot of visual courses are there from performing arts and all of that. Even we chat with their students also. So that change is happening. It's inevitable. And as Prashant was saying, 10% of the global economy is going to be contributed by creative industries. So there is a demand. We can't stop. Our youngsters are coming forward. And coming to technology side, gone are the days where we have to master certain things to express our creative capabilities. That's where the Adobe's Firefly and all. I can create a character just like that by prompting. So taking the clue from what Sadish said, the foundation, we always say we should be very strong in foundation. The foundation should be strong, then only we can make use of AI if you have the right artistic intelligence. So we have to embrace the technology in the right way for the storytelling in whatever format. That's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. In fact, Philip actually does skill development in about 4 states in South.
I will say this is Amritkal for creative industry. We just started.
Yes. My next question to Vinod, who is sitting next to you. Vinod, you have been studio for the last 25 years. You have completing 25 years in Toons Media Group. You have been into constant education ecosystem, and now that you have actually put your courses online with TCS and also with the Swayam Plus, Government of India's portal with IITM, how do you think that this transition which is got, some people call it phygital, some people call it, hybrid, whether it's going to work for the creative education at all, or how do you see the output would come from the online education in the creative space?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the question. Thank you. So the whole idea of collaborating with TCS was to redefine the creative course delivery. So we've configured programs for the digital platform, and we were successfully able to deliver it to over 200 to 300 students across Tamil Nadu. And please remember, the students were all located at various locations, very remote locations in Tamil Nadu. And thanks to the very robust LMS platform from TCS, that helped us in really reaching out to a large public. So that was one thing. And Swayam also, we voluntarily got into that because we knew this is going to reach out to mass. And a lot of students sitting in the previous panel were talking about tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3 cities. A lot of students from the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, they have great creative aspiration. So we have configured our programs in a way where students, even sitting at the remotest part of our country, can learn things online. And please remember, you said about the term phygital. We are using a kind of live lecture. There's no recorded videos. So it is neither phygital, it is more of live lecture delivery, and students get to interact with the mentor online, and later the recordings are shared with them so that they can revisit it and learn further. So TCS and Swayam both have redefined it from with our 25 years of experience in both production and training. Last couple of years have been really good. First part was developing the programs of the digital platform. Second year, we delivered it. We were able to successfully deliver it. So I think the digital mode with live classes is going to work. It's going to reach out to every part of our country. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I go to Srinivas, the actor from our AVGC XR industry? 27 years you have been giving students, more than 25,000 students that you have given to the industry. My question to you is, you've been onto the skilling, mission of Karnataka. What do you think, the whole creative education that the centers that you are dealing with into the art colleges and trying to bring the art students from the fine arts to come and join our industry of AVGC XR, how that transition is going to help the industry, and whether you are going to actually have this physical model going, or you are also going to use some technology to make sure that we can go across the larger number of students for tier 3, tier 4 towns, and then finally get them to the industry.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you, Ashish ji. Elrigu namaskara. All of you there? Can I see you waving your hands? Are you all awake? Good, very good. It's lunchtime already. So I think journey has been quite memorable the last 27 years. I think when myself and my wife, Sukanya, we started the institution in the mid-90s, the way the industry has evolved from the time when we literally used to go door to door and ask whether you have a kid who is in his 10th or 12th, please, there is a new field on multimedia which has come into the market. Kindly see if you can put your children into that. From there, from where we started. And today, when we see parents coming in and saying that I want my son to be an animator, I want my son to be a VFX artist or a game designer, I think we have traveled a long way with the input, with the effort of each one of us who's on the dais, Mr. Ashish ji, who's been with us for the last almost 3 decades. Each one of us have put a lot of efforts. You are very fortunate to see such a big the panel on the stage. each one of them carrying 25 to 30 years of experience, and listen from them. Um, as a state, we have evolved a lot over the years, right from launching the first policy in 2012 to the most recent policy in 2024 to 2029, which is going to be active. And there are a lot of initiatives being taken for education and skilling in particular, because as a state, we believe Karnataka has been in the forefront of the technological revolution, in the front of AVDC revolution, and skilling and education are two pillars that we are concentrating on. Almost about 150 crores has been earmarked for skilling in the AVDC sector, and that's not a small amount. I think it is going to be completely utilized on skilling and education initiatives that is going to be handled by the state. We already have a very successful program running for the last 10 years, which we started, which was digitizing all the fine art colleges across Karnataka. We have roughly about 92 plus fine art colleges in Karnataka, out of which so far we have converted about 27 into digital art centers, and we are in the process of converting another 20 more in the few months to come. What we do is we identify all these tier 2, tier 3 towns where there are very good fine art colleges which have got talented traditional artists and sculptors who don't have any exposure to technology. We make sure that we put up labs there, supply them with the hardware and software, and handhold them for 3 years. And after that, we have a Mentor 360 program where we have a tie-up with all the studios. Like for example, if you take Mangalore region, we would have tied up with some good studios in Mangalore who would mentor all the fine art colleges across, around Mangalore. Similarly in Mysore and other regions. What we do is, after they are handled and finish the course after 3 years, these studios will take them in and train them again on internship and then take them into the companies. So we're trying to create an entire ecosystem in the state, and this would not have been possible without the support of the industry and academia, and of course the industry and our Honorable Minister, that we want to really make it big. Whatever ambition or whatever dream that we had for our country, after having said so many things, India is just about 2% of the global market. So how do we move it up? And this is where the skilling and education is going to come into picture. So we are looking at least touching about 5% by 2030, which again I feel is less. We should be aiming at 10% plus. And for that, skilling and education is very, very important. So these initiatives from the government and these skilling initiatives from ABAI and with education institutions like Arena and the other centers, including Innovative Film Academy, which Mr. Prasad and Upasana are running. Thank you. Thank you for having such a big panel on the stage. I don't think it is possible so easily. Thank you for your efforts. So I think the initiative that Karnataka is planned, a new scheme is going to come up, which is called the Nipuna scheme, again, which is for skilling and education. And we already have CM Yojana, Vikas Yojana, where we are doing industry linkage itself, linking the industry to the education institutions. Personally, I think it's been a very satisfying journey, which we started almost 27 years back. And I think with the support of the state and the center and the education and the entire academia and the industry, I think we are looking at training almost, at least from Karnataka, we are aiming training 30,000 by the end of the next 5 years, which is still a very small figure. I think we should be much more than that. So the aim that we have kept is 30,000 animators and VFX artists we should be having between 2024 to 2029, we should be passing out. So I think with all the initiatives and with events like this and the industry coming together, we are looking at a very bright future. Each one of you has the potential to make it big, and I don't see any reason why India will be a superpower in the industry of AVDC and the AVDC capital of the world. Thank you.
Thanks so much. In fact, you should go and see his institute. They're doing fabulous work. My next question is to Dr. Piyush Roy. Can you please have the mic? You're from RV University. What kind of creative programs are you having, and how are you actually going to implement the NEP and allow students to take creative programs in your university?
First of all, thank you for the invitation and greetings to all. Just to give a little background, so I am the founding dean of the School of Film, Media and Creative Arts at RV University. But my foray into film education actually started from film journalism. So I was editor of Stardust, and then curation, where I curated one of the largest India cinema themed festivals for 2 years in Europe. And then I was teaching Indian cinema at University of Edinburgh for about 5 years. So, and I totally agree with all the ideas that have resonated around creativity. And as you beautifully said, AI is all about artistic intelligence. Because this is what I fundamentally find a difference between education in cinema abroad and here is we start straight from skilling and we focus on that. Whereas abroad, people have to go through a foundation which is where a film student has to study philosophy, literature, sociology, psychology, and only then, I guess, great narratives come. And more so in our today's time, when content, there is a plethora of content, how do we make the differential? How do we tell stories like a Stree 2 or a Kantara or a Tumbad unless we dip into our own cultural history? So I think that is something which is very important, and that is again the first thing NEP says, that bring in Indian philosophy, bring in Indian literature, bring in Indian history. I mean history, there are so many stories waiting to be told there, and that's where I guess regional cinema, or I mean nowadays I think no Indian cinema is regional anymore with the advantage of subtitles. The reason why cinemas, and I personally believe, having spent a good amount of my life and career in Bombay through Stardust, that a lot more authentic stories are happening in South, and that's why this is the cinema that is becoming the national cinema today. We had that question a little time back about what is pan-Indian. Today everything is pan-Indian. I think great ideas are coming out of Assam and the Northeast. Malayalam cinema has always been pushing the benchmark. But so that's the thing, and that is only going to happen when one of our speakers had also highlighted watching a lot of content from all over the world. And as an educator and as in a film school, my focus is always what are the opportunities available 4 years down the line when a student is graduating. And I see film studies, film research, film curation, film conservation. These are the areas that are there. I mean, just to give an example, in one of the most elite universities in the world today, like St. Andrews, where primarily royalty go to study, at one time there were 6 people doing PhDs on various aspects of Indian cinema. And Indian cinema is going to be huge and big, not because of its numbers, because it's being consumed, and anything that consumed generates academic interest, and anything that generates academic interest then lends to appeals of OTT. And one more thing is subtitling. That's where a keen film sense and sense of literature is essential. Translation is going to be, subtitling is going to be another big thing. Like today, any good movie you see on Netflix and all, they have like subtitles in some 20 odd languages. And they're good subtitles. There was a time when Madhuri was singing Mar Dala and the translation was Kill Me. And it literally killed the essence of the whole performance. But now we need...
So it has to be a transcreation, not translation.
Yeah, so I think these would be to focus on the emerging opportunities, and this is a huge, huge field, and I think our esteemed panelist here has already talked about animation and VFX. I just thought go to the other possibilities.
I think
Thank
we are happy if you have, deans like you. The students are going to benefit a lot, and the research is an integral part of storytelling, because without that you cannot actually build your story narrative. My next question is to Dr. Gopakumar. Can you please, So you are from humanities, and as everybody talk about AI, and then Satish said AI is not about artificial intelligence alone, it's about artistic intelligence. You are from humanities. I always say that every storyteller is a specialist in emotional intelligence than artificial intelligence, because they bind you with their stories, and you connect with those stories emotionally. So, what are the kind of programs that you do, and how do you really ask your student to relate with a depth of storytelling, and what are the technologies that you are actually using, and making sure that what kind of balance you have between the foundation program and the technology both?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. Nothing wrong in embracing the technology, but what is more important is human intelligence. more than artificial intelligence. You require a human touch in all the art forms. That makes the art form eternal. That's my feeling. And in our institute, we have courses on visual communication. So there, we make it a point that students learn all the related courses. We make it interdisciplinary. As sir mentioned, right, little bit of psychology, little bit of sociology. So that gives them a holistic approach. And that results in great creative works. For example, I'm from the state of Kerala. There have been exposed to great films of Adur Gopalakrishnan, Aravindan, and a few moments back I have seen Shaji and Kuran. Right, So we need such kind of filmmakers, not just technological bashing, because those kind of films, we call it transcendental cinema, makes a viewer very active, and they learn a lot from that. So that social consciousness should be there in the liberal art education. That should be the thrust. And in all the, what you call, tool training, that should come in the forefront. That's my perception.
Thank you very much. Going to our next speaker, Devadas Rajaram sir. You're from Alliance School of Liberal Arts and Humanities.
Yeah.
My question to you is very simple, Alliance is a new university, and when you actually did the foundation of the university, what was in your mind, whether you wanted to deal with the BBAs and the MBAs and the engineering and rest, and how much of for emphasis whether is given on liberal arts, and within liberal arts, how do you look at the drama, the filmmaking, the different forms of communication? So can you please throw light on this?
Our school is actually not quite new. It's 25 years old.
I said the university is new.
Yeah, university is new. And I am new to the university. So like Piyush said, my background also, I come from journalism. That is non-fiction storytelling, and I'm fascination for our university. Our programs are actually for the foundation programs, like Sir said, we get students from different streams. So psychology, a bit of sociology, a bit of chemistry, and that diversity is quite, I don't know if I can say, it's very sexy. So when you get students from diversity, such diverse background, and when you introduce technology, particularly, my expertise is in storytelling and the interspace of intersectional storytelling and technology. So that fascination comes from cinema journalism. When I was a student in Newcastle University in the UK, a friend of mine actually started talking about cinema journalism, and I didn't even know what the heck he was talking about. So the premise is we remember films. We watched when we were 5-year-old and when we were 10 years. But we don't remember anything we watched on television this morning or in our gun. Why? So and the question arose, this guy, Dr. Dinkley, he teaches in Cardiff University, that why can't we introduce the same language, the same approach to storytelling, all kinds of storytelling. That's where that was what triggered my interest in cinematics kind of storytelling. And in our university, we embrace technology a lot. And I'd like to disagree with quite a lot of people. I agree with artistic intelligence. But I would like to introduce a new word here, augmented intelligence. And that's what I think AI is all about. It saves a lot of time. For example, I'm a huge fan of Firefly. I'm very happy that I'm actually a huge fan of Firefly. I use that a lot in pre-production and for storyboarding as well as in post-production. So when you use technologies like Firefly, when you use technologies like Maya, somebody mentioned Maya, and the storyboarding process can all be integrated. You can easily do that with AI, and we encourage students a lot rather than resisting. It's just like somebody mentioned, it's a tool, like any other tool, like a car or a bike, which actually makes you...
So the challenge is that there is more emphasis on tools than the foundation program and the storytelling, grammar, and the whole ecosystem. So that's where I'm talking about how do you bring that balance?
Yeah, I find that more exciting with the young students. It's the challenge is when they come from different diversity. It's a challenge for us. So rather than just telling them, just don't touch this, when you encourage them to use it with a certain guardrails, because when you talk about AI, we professors, we think that the students are going to cheat us in assignments. So there is another way of approaching this. Once you encourage them to use it, they're not going to cheat. That's my experience from teaching. So I would actually encourage all students here to experiment with this technology, like Sir said, with human in the loop. It saves a lot of time. For example, if you're using, say, cloud-based editing softwares like Frame AI or, Mandalorian, I would highly encourage you to watch the movie Mandalorian and how they produce CGIs. And I also use this in television production teaching. So how they use it saves a lot of time. That time can be invested in doing more creative work rather than wasting our time doing mundane color correction. Come on, there are tools to actually do this at the blink of an eye, color correction. So why should I waste my time, my creativity in color correction? Gen AI, the Gen Fill with the Firefly. It can actually save a lot of time. I think we should, I'm all for this and embracing this with the caveat. It's not going to replace you, but people who know AI, they will replace you. People who don't know you AI. That's my take on this.
Yeah, we would love to visit your institute, and I think I request Mohit Soni to come and see how we can partner on.
Yeah, I would also thank Kumar Swami, my colleague here, who is also doing a lot of experiments in the.
So my next question is to Mr. Manjunath from Reva University. You have the mic, sir? Oh, yeah, great. Sir, we have heard of Reva. I have never visited Reva. I would love to come and visit your department some point in time. But what I would like to ask you is, how do you really look at the awarding, opportunities to the commerce and the science students to come and do the creative programs under the, national education policy and the, electives that are allowed? Whether you are open to that, is your university still offering that, the minor, major programs, and what kind of minor and major in creative field and the design field that you are offering to the other students?
Thank you, Ashish ji. And first of all, I have to, you motivated us because from morning you are standing there and doing this moderation very beautifully. Please give a applause to the sir. And when it comes to...
I stand like this in every state. I keep going there and encourage people to come into this industry.
Great.
So you guys are adding, if you are including creative arts and design and performing arts in education, it's going to be a big help for us.
Great, great. So when it comes to the adoption of NAP at Reva University and how we incorporated the curriculum, Reva University is spread across the 45 acres and 18,000 students are in the campus. And we have different disciplines from mechanical engineering to the performing arts, and we have multimedia, and we have film studies, and also we have computer science. All the IT programs and also the creative programs are there. So to loop with the NAP curriculum, of course we are offering the major and minor programs, and university made a strict regulation for the engineering programs to learn the media literacy, and later our students are going to the CS department and learning the technology oriented program, including the Python and some of the analytical programs. So we are also having the incubation center. This incubation center across, along with the technology, along with the creativity, along with the performing arts program, we can bring out the good exposure to the students. And one thing I want to say here, thanks to the NEP, where before we used to struggle, teacher used to struggle when we are teaching the technology to the students, because updating on the technology was very, very difficult, and also we had our own challenges when it comes to the curriculum design, etc. Now under NEP, any professional can come to the picture and teach the students, because the requirement of research, PhD, it was not very much, not an integral part of the curriculum now. So thanks to the NEP also. And along with the NEP, central government is also giving lot of the policies, other policies like internship, compulsory internship, the program where it will bridge the gap between the academics and the industry, Ashiji. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a good insight. Mr. Karthik, my next question to you.
Yes, sir.
You're a vice principal of St. Francis. You must be affiliated to some college, some university. But what happens is in the creative space, finding the right nomenclature becomes a big issue. And then you have to depend on that university's, board of studies to approve a program or give you the program. So are you able to actually circumvent that today with more power given to the autonomy to the institutions, standalone institutions? My second question is that when the diktat was brought in 2018, that the undergrad should be taught by the masters and the masters should be taught by the PhDs. And in our field, there are none because we have hardly started recently. So how do you handle with this situation and how do you handle your creative programs?
First of all, as you said, there are institutions like standalone institutions, and our college belong to and affiliated to Bengaluru City University. So most of the courses, what happens is what we choose only university offers is, and students have to select that. Like what at our college, what we does is we do think something out of box. We have introduced something called Franciscan's Theatre Club, so that students, those who are interested in exploring their talent into the film industry or drama, any such, we do give opportunities for the student to explore their talent, because we always stress upon the students that KSA framework is important. Whichever field that you are in, knowledge, skills and abilities. And you should have a good attitude to take up that. So at the college level, even though we have one more course called Bachelor of Visual Arts, wherein which we do promote all these courses to make the students interesting and come out of their creativity and contribute towards. That's what NEP says, because NEP focuses upon the multidisciplinary education. That's what college tries to do that, and every institution should gladly accept that and come out of their box to help students. One more urge from my side to all the industrialists is that, as sir said, give more internship opportunities so that industry academia gap can be merged and students get a lot of opportunities to explore their talent. And also I want to congratulate all those people who are in the industry, because the 9th SDG of which our country wants to achieve by 2030 says industry, innovation and infrastructure. Most of you are utilizing that and reducing the carbon footprint. You are all contributing to the country to achieve the 17 sustainable development goals of a country by 2030. Hearty congratulations to all those people who are from industry who are contributing to the achievement of SDGs. Thank you so much.
I think good that you brought a point about the carbon footprint and industry academia. I would like to request Mohit Soni to collaborate and keep a brainstorming session in Bangalore and all the other cities, so that we can actually have a very open discussion between academia and industry and make sure that we actually are able to help design the right curriculums, because we have now seen that there is a lot of open mind to actually modification of programs and adapting these programs. And as far as the carbon footprint is concerned, I must tell you, we are launching something called as a Bharat Carbon very soon, within the month of October, where you will be able to find out what kind of carbon footprint you are actually creating and how do you really make a policy to mitigate that. So please go and log in into Bharat Carbon
Sure,
and
thank
have
you
a
so
look
much.
at it. So we have Mr. Shantaraj. I purposefully kept you at the last because I want to congratulate you. I'm a big fan of Christ University. And on the very first day, on the inaugural, we had two amazing presentations in dance by the Christ University students.
Thank you, sir.
And it was truly amazing. Big round of applause who have seen these performances. It's thorough professional performances, and I'm amazed as to how you could actually bring and let them practice when they are studying to do such a perfect act that they presented us on the very same stage. You being a renowned university and very famous for BBA and engineering, to be precise, that's where people from Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh and all come. And you get students from all over the country and even many other countries as well. I was told by your register at one point in time you had students from more than 40, 50 nationalities. So how do you really get this integration done, and whether any of these creative programs are going to help you into integrating the students? Because I was told that there is a school of drama, and there was a professor who was the curator of the program and a choreographer.
School of Performing Arts.
Yeah, he was also there, the School of Performing Arts. Whether the other students actually go and look at that, whether you actually have music as a subject, and whether the music is helping students to bring in the mental balance, because students are very stressed right now, and music is only one of the biggest therapy and any other dance forms which is going to help them into their thing. So apart from making it as a mainstream career, how do you integrate this into the curriculums? But how do you how do you encourage students to take this, is my question to you.
Well, am I audible? Okay. Eldrigu namaskara. Yeah, I don't know how much time I'm left with. I'll communicate what you said to School of Performing Arts. It's a different school which I don't meet them at all. One of my colleagues meet those students. To talk about dance and other things which you spoke, which is recreational, no, it's not taken as recreational in our university level. We have taken it seriously as a graduate program. There are MA programs, there are BA programs in performing arts, which is again divided into dance, music, all that. There are weekend MA classes, there are regular MA classes, BA classes, and there is theatre course, and there is Western music, there is Indian music, all that. Probably, please do visit our university. It's a university of more than 37,000 students, and whatever we do systematically. That's how we got this recognition that Christ is good at what they do. I'm not trying to be pompous here, I'm just trying to give a glimpse of what we do. And in terms, if you want me to speak about my school, which is Media Studies, we exist for the last 33 years. The university is 60 plus years. The institute is 100 years plus, and we are teaching journalism for the last 33 years. But we never had something called film school as such, for a simple reason that it's difficult to fit this film elephant to the small door which we have. Or it's difficult to send our students to film. Because there's always this lag. There's always this lag between academics and the practice. I haven't seen any practitioner who walked into our space without the mindset that they don't want to utilize us. Everybody wants to use, I'm using it in a negative way, they want to use us. We don't want to use them. We want to bridge, we want to make the opportunity to bridge the gap. I think it's also the assumption that students come with that I have a privilege to pay a lakh rupee and I want to become a filmmaker. No, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. I come from a video editing background. I've been video editor right from first day. Early 2000, I had to learn in a hard way. I had to wind this cable for 6 months before I actually touched Avid Express. And Avid Express used to come with that big mojo, which was very expensive, and I could not crack it. It was not crackable. Sometime later we did. Then I could easily switch over to FCP, then to Premiere. Now I use DaVinci. The point I'm trying to drive here is, I've been an editor always, and the switchover is only about changing the shortcuts in my keyboard. That's all. So students want to learn many things. For example, they want to learn Fireplay or Unreal Engine or Blender, Maya, or whatnot. They want to learn everything. I think it's a wrong assumption from the students' end that I pay money, I get a degree, and I become a filmmaker. No. They have to stick to one thing, master it, perfect it, and they should say confidently that, authority that, I know this. So that switchover doesn't become a fear like AI has thrown out now. It's something which people talk with a skepticity and also a tint of negative attitude that it's take away job, all that. No. I think if I know my work, it's easy to switch over. Probably I'm very subjective in talking about my journey from Premiere to, in between I use many other softwares. But what I'm trying to say is I also tried learning color correction. I realized at some point that colors change every year, probably every month. Every project needs different color. I may be greatest artist, but I cannot satisfy my client unless I'm part of a bigger organization. As an academician, I need to balance my documentary films, which primarily I make for different purpose altogether. So we are very clear what we are doing. we stuck to video. So our aim is to produce our students to the level of streaming platforms. We teach them Sony FX, we teach them Canon R5, we teach them Lumix, which is a video section actually, one step behind cinema. And our students go to corporate filmmaking or advertising, and we are very clear what we are doing. I think it's very important for industry people to realize that it's a necessity for them to seriously involve in academics to get good products. And also in the academics, if we employ people with PhD like you were talking about earlier satirically, we get gadas. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. People who have degrees may not essentially know what is practiced in industry, and people from industry may not know how to communicate what they know. There is this gap. Should we make both of them go together with some MOU, all that? I don't know. But I think both should be open to learn from each other without the idea of utilizing others for their benefit.
So that is one of the purpose that we actually went to the government and got the Professor of Practice implemented in 2021. And Mohit was also part of that petition that we filed. I personally been to 700 universities in the last 25 years, requesting them to start creative programs. 200 plus universities today have started, and I'm very happy to see all of you actually giving a level playing field to the creative arts, performing arts and design, along with science and commerce. So big round of applause to all the speakers, and a great job. I think it's a great foundation that we are going to see these results in the next 5 to 7 years, that our industry is going to get people from the school level at an early stage. We will be able to groom some of these students, and they will start become legends as we actually give them the formal education. A big thank you to each one of you for sharing your views, and handing it over to Prasad sir.
Sir, thank you very much. We are little greedy to have such a big panel. I'm very sorry, sir. This is the reason why I want to have a big panel. I want technology, education, cinema people and students all to be together. So it becomes too big. I can't alone keep education. I cannot keep alone and an international to be a touch. So that is the only reason we were a little bit greedy to bring in. And thank you, students. We will give you a fantastic lunch for your late. Thanks a lot to have so much of patience. We would like to honor the distinguished guest. Please, like to come in front.
Guys, one very big hand of applause, the final one for the festival.
Don't you ask, you know you're allowed. When it's you, I can't say no. Oh, 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 oh. Baby, give me la 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 la. You got me like whoa, 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 whoa. Shawty gon' give me a la 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 la. Whoa, whoa, whoa. As I reach my house, I see me got this more. As me awake, I'm not shit in my mind. Day one, day two, I know before goes. Now some me a call on, some me believe go. Got my hand on your heart now, I can feel it race. If I leave, then you say you can never love again. Wanna give you it all back and promise that I'll stay. And that's a risk you take. Baby, calm down. Girl, this your body, put too much for long down. Girl, you feel like fun down. If I tell you say I love you, no, they for me and down. Oh yeah, no, give me no.
Thank you very much. Sir, please stay here. We have to honor our one more big guest. Please, because he is our nerve center. I will request two good people, Ravi Kotarkar sir and Mini Sharma, to please come on. I like Kalyan sir and Suresh sir to please come to honor Mini and Ravi Kotarkar sir. Kalyan sir is our lifeline. We have to honor Kalyan sir. And I call one of my very close people, the digital head, Bashrat. Yes. Bashrat and team, please. A group photo. Vijay, come up. Ready, Garu, come up. Mr. Varun, please come up. And thank you very much, all the students. Thank you very much, sir, leaving all the work and coming. And our bigger strength and elephant strength you have given to me. Thank you very much, sir. Mohit, sir, thank you very much. I'm sorry to keep such a big panel and trouble, but I have to trouble because I can't bring all of them together. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Let end and we'll give you a very good lunch. See you next year. We will come. Thank you very much, students. All the volunteers will get the certificate with all the good reasons, and we got all the media people will get you a good opportunity. Thank you very much, student. Thanks a lot. Thank you, innovative team. Thanks a lot, innovative team, for putting together.
The DJ is on, all the kids on the floor. Hi. So who wants to dance? The stage is yours. Tony, my friend, I promised the students. I promised I've got a wonderful Tony friend. NFDC students.
Check. I request all the students please to get onto the stage, and stage is yours. Please, this is the moment which you can able to enjoy up. And thank you for coming for the innovative film study. Up, 2, 1, 2.
இதுவும் ஒரு ஃபீலா ஜாலியாக தான் இருக்குல்ல.
This is seriously? It's happening up? Ready? Come on. I know everybody's hungry, but still make the moment.
Hey my dear macha, nee manase vacha, nama ore sikala, nenju jiga jiga.
My dear Rani, yan dream lavani, nama onna.
సమయం ఏడైంది, సాయంత్రం వేడైంది, సల్లగాలి సెకిలిగింతలు పెడతాంది. ఆ పక్క మంచం మీద మా దాసు బావ, ఈ పక్క కుర్సీలో కత్తిలాంటి కుర్రాడు ఆసీనమైన యాల. మా రమోల డాన్సింగ్ పార్టీ వారి అభినయ హేళ రచ్చలేపితే పోలా.
ఓ రమోలా, ఈ పిల్లకు కూడా చీర కడితే పోలా.
రాజమండ్రి రాగమంజరి, మాయమ్మ పేరు తలబనోళ్ళు లేరు మేస్తిరి. కళాకారుల ఫ్యామిలీ మరి, నే గజ్జ కడితే నిద్రపోదు నిండు రాత్రి.
సొగులాడి స్వప్న సుందరి, నీ మడత చూపు మా పటేల మల్లె పందిరి. రచ్చరాజ పందె ఊపిరి, నీ వంక చూస్తే గుండెలోన డీరి డిరిడిరి. తుపాకి పెంచినామె దింగని చిట్టి, మగజాతి నట్ట మడత పెట్టి. ఆ కుర్చీని మార్చా పెట్టింది, ఆ కుర్చీని మార్చా పెట్టింది, మార్చా పెట్టింది, మార్చా పెట్టింది, మార్చా పెట్టింది, మార్చా పెట్టింది. ಶಿಕಾರಿ ಉಳಂದ ಬದ್ದ ಹುಡುಗ ಪಾಪ ಪರ್ಮಾನೆಂಟ್
ಏನ್ ಗುರು ಸೈಕ್ ಆದ್ರ ನೀವು?
ಮೂರು ಪೆಗ್ಗಿಗೆ ತಲೆ ಗಿರ 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 ಅಂದಿದೆ, ನನ್ನ ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳು ಬ್ಲೈಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಬಾಡಿ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ತಪ್ಪಿದೆ. ಯಾರೋ ಈ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಫುಲ್ ಬಾಟಲ್ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದಳೆ, ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವಳೆ, ಕಡಕ್ ಸ್ಮೈಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾವಳೆ. ಬೌನ್ಸ ನಾ ಕೇಳಿದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡು ನೀ ಆನ್ಸ, ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳು ಈ ಬಾಡಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸೂಪರ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಗಿರು ಬಾನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಸ್. ಡೋಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕೋ ಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲೇಸರ್ಸ್, ನನ್ನ ಮೈಯ ಮೇಲಿದೆ ಬ್ಲೇಸರ್ಸ್.
What is not happening up? ಯಾರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗುರು, ಏನಿದು? Come on, one more time, hop.
DJSKS. Hariku.
आलमा डोलमा ऐसा लंगड़ी मालमा, तेजी गली जिन्हें क्रैकी उठा सालमा. अरिकल गरिकल कोत उठा गलगले, पलचिन पल बलक मिटा मेल लोकले. पल बलक मिटा मेल लोकले. ರಂಗಾರಾವದ ರೌಡಿಯಾನೆ ಜೋವದ, ದುಡ್ಡ ಕುತ್ತು ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕುತ್ತು ಉಯಿಸೋವದ. ಬರಿ ಪೋರ್ಜರಿ ಮುಖ ಸೀನು ಬೋರ್ಡ, ಮಟ್ಟ ಪನ್ನಿ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಮಜಾ ಮೇಲ ಪೇರಿಡ. ಬಂದಾಡೋ ಬಂದಾಡೋ ಬಿಕ್ಕದ ಸಿಂಗಾರಿ, ಬಂದಾಡೋ ಬಂದಾಡೋ ಚಂದಿರ ಚಕೋರಿ, ತಂದಾಡೋ 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 ಪ್ರೇಮದ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ. ಬಂದಾಡೋ
ಮಗ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಮುಂಟೆ ಯಾರು ಡೌಗಳು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ ಡೌಗಳು ಇದೇನಾ?
ಒಳ್ಳುಳ್ಳಾರ ಮಾಣಿನಂಗರ ವಿರಾಜಪೇಟ ಡೊಂಡುಗಯ್ಯ ಮಾಣಿನಂಗರ ಒಳ್ಳುಳ್ಳಾರ ಮಾಣಿನಂಗರ ಮೈಸೂರುಪೇಟ ಡೊಂಡುಗಯ್ಯ ಮಾಣಿನಂಗರ ತಂಗಾಟಿ ಗುಮರನಂಗರ ತಂಗಾಟಿ ಮಾಣಿನಂಗರ ಮಾಣಿನಂಗರ ತಂಗಾಟಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮಲ ತಂಡೆ ಮಾಣಿನಂಗರ ತಂಗಾಟಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮಲ ತಂಡೆ ಕೆಣ್ಣ ಕೊಂಡ ಮಂಜಲ ಕೊಂಡ
ಹುಡುಗಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಹಿಂಗಾಡ್ತಿ ಮಾತಲ್ಲೇ ಮಳ್ಳ ಮಾಡ್ತಿ ವರ್ಷಾತು ಹಿಂಗಾಡ್ತಿ ಸಿಗವಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈಗೆ
നാടിൻ നന്മകനെ പൊന്മകനെ മുത്തായവനെ നിന്നും സൂര്യനും ചന്ദ്രനും ഒന്നായവനെ കാലം കാത്ത് വച്ച രക്ഷകനെ സംഹാരകനെ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണനായി വന്നവനെ ഭയമേ മാറിപ്പോ നീ അണ്ണൻ വന്നാൽ തുമ്പിട്ടുന്നില്ല ഇരുട്ടിൽ സിറ്റി വാഴും രാജാവുക്ക് എല്ലാരും സുല്ല ഇവനെ തൊഴുവാനായി ജനത്തിരക്ക് കാലം എടുത്തു വച്ചാൽ സ്വർഗം പോലും മണ്ണപ്പേട് കത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് വിദ്യാരംഭം കുത്ത് ഹരിശ്രീ തോക്കിൻ
அப்படி போடு 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 அஸ்தி போடு கண்ணாலே இப்படி போடு 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 இட்டு போடு கையா
ಜನ್ನಾಕು ಜನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾನ್ಸು ಮರಳಿ ಬಾರದ ಊರಿಗೆ ಅಣ್ಣ ಹೋಗವ್ನೆ ಟೂರಿಗೆ ಕೈ ಹಾಕು ರಿಚ್ಚು ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಚು ನಿನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ ಹಿಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಂದೆ ಪಿಚ್ಚು ಬೇಬಿ ಅಮ್ಮ ಡೋಂಟ್ ವರಿ ಬೇಬಿ ಅಮ್ಮ ಮಗ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕರ್ಸು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಏಟರ್ಸು ಜೊತೆಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮವ್ರೆ ನಗ್ತಾ ಗುಮ್ಮವ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ರೆಡಿ ಆಗ್ರೋ ನಾಕ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಕಾಳನು ಧರಿಸಿದೆ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಕಾಳನು ಧರಿಸಿದೆ ಕಣ್ಣ ನೀರಲ್ಲೇ ಬೇಯಿಸಿದೆ ಬೈ ಹಾಕು ರಿಚ್ಚು ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಚು ಇದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ವಿಧಿಯ ಖರ್ಚು ಬೇಬಿ ಅಮ್ಮ ಡೋಂಟ್ ವರಿ ಬೇಬಿ ಅಮ್ಮ
ಡೋಂಟ್ ವರಿ ಬೇಬಿ ಅಮ್ಮ. ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಬೇಬಿ ಅಮ್ಮ? ಯಾರಾದಿದ್ರೆ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಹೌದಾ? ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೈಕ್ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಲೌಡರ್ ಅಪ್. ಅಷ್ಟೇನಾ? ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ? ಊಟ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಗುರು, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಯಾರು ಮಟ್ಟ ಆಗೋರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಮಗ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಆಡ್ಬೇಕು ಬಿಡ್ಬಾರ್ದು. Let me tell you something, guys. I'll give an opportunity from there to the red carpet. Tell here. Can you able to move from the stage to down? Come. Utilize the complete fertilization. Come on. Bandi guru. Active. Kandita. Nim haadigle. Bandi. Good. Take your own time. Come. Start from here to there. Ready? You can have a big surprise party, huh? Bidala. Makkala bidala. ಬೇರೆ ಸಾಂಗ್ ಮಗ, ಒಂದು ಟಮ್ಟೆ ಸಾಂಗ್ ಹಾಕು. ಟಮ್ಟೆ ಸಾಂಗ್. ಮಗ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಟಮ್ಟೆ ಸಾಂಗ್ ಹಾಕೋಣ ಬಿಡ. ಮಗ ಟಮ್ಟೆ ಬಂತ ಬಟ್ಟೆ.
முட்டி செத்து போச்சு போக சொன்னா என்ன bro bodyல scratch bro helmet போடலன்னு கொடுத்த ரெசிபி இதுதான் என்னோட சாட்சி bro இல்லனா லைஃப் ஆயிடும் போர் பண கஷ்டம் கவுண்டஸ்டம் கவுண்ட் பார்த்தா ஃபுல் நஷ்டம் டீ கடையில ஈ பறக்குற கீ அடையில நீ மதக்குற நாள் அடையில நான் மடக்குன உன் சைடுல ஃபால்ட்ட வச்சு நீ என்ன பார்த்து முறையிற நான் ஃபுல் ஸ்பீட்ல பேச வந்தா கதவை கொஞ்சம் சாத்து உனக்கு பிடிச்ச பாட்டு கேட்டு பாப்பா தலைய நீயும் ஆட்டு பார்த்து முறையிற நான் ஃபுல் ஸ்பீட்ல பேச வந்தா ஏண்டா ஒடி ஒளியிற 4 வால்ஸுக்குள்ள மட்டும் ரூல்ஸ் பேசி நடிகிற நான் அதே ரூல்ஸ ரோட்ல பேசினா ஏண்டா வந்து கொலைகிற
அண்ணா லாஸ்ட் ஒரு டப்டை சாங் ஆகடா டப்டை சாங்
எனக்கு ரத்தம் வந்தா உனக்கு என்ன தக்காளி சட்னியா என்னோட ரைம் ஸ்கீம் பார்த்து
ಅಣ್ಣ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಟಮ್ಟೇಸ್ ಆಗೋಣ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಣ್ಣ ಮನೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಣ್ಣ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಟಮ್ಟೇಸ್ ಆಗೋಣ ಅಣ್ಣ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಅಣ್ಣ 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 ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಟಮ್ಟೇಸ್ ಆಗಕ್ಕಣ ನಾವು
Hi, baby.
ಮಗ ನಾನಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡಲೇ ಫೋನಲ್ಲೇ ಯಾರೋ
DJ Sai Ganesh.
ಮಗ ಮಗ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬಂದ್ರಪ್ಪ Hello. One request. I request the people to just get down a little bit of forward. Okay, not a little bit. Okay, too much crowd on the stage. Little bit down, people. Okay.
Boys, come down to the floor. Come down. Enough red carpet down. Come down from the stage. They'll occupy it again. They're going to decorate it. Come down to the floor. Kerala Banni. Start bus. Music.
DJ Sai Ganesh. DJ Sai Ganesh. DJ Ganesh Gaud from Navabupeta. DJ Ganesh Gaud from Navabupeta. DJ Harish from Gadwal. DJ Ganesh Gaud from Navabupeta.